Alright. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to Fate Grand Order LB6. Last time we, well, I don't want to say we defeated Morgan, more like the people of Fairy Britain. Aurora beat Morgan technically, but you know, all's well that ends well, right? all's well that ends well. Hey Merideki Yujita. But I don't know, I really don't believe Morgan is dead. I can't believe she would go out that sad. I don't believe it. But anyway, that aside anyway. Now it's looking like the immediate threat is the thing in the pit. The deity known as Keranunos. Which, you know, as of right now, Ritsuka and friends don't know is a problem. Hey Arnold. They're just chilling out like, yeah, la-di-da-di-da. And yeah, Murian's plotting some bullshit, trying to convince Naknaria to not give us a Rongominiad, which is kind of scummy, but you know, I'm sure Naknaria will maintain the agreements we've already made, right? I'm sure she wouldn't fuck us over like that. I would hope. I would think. We had Annie on G. Yeah, I saw a bunch of stuff on the 11th anniversary. Yeah, I saw that you can 3K up to 3K with new 5-star foes. This Bond 16, and the anniversary servant is Hassan Isabab Azrael. Which, if remembering right, Azrael is regular old man, like, you know, First Hassan's noble phantasm. But I assume in that form, I assume that he's just straight up like a pseudo servant of because Azrael is like the angel of death, right? So I assume in his new form, he's like a pseudo servant or something. Gramps but young, yeah. And yeah, it was just the Bond 16, the foes, and the anniversary servant. I don't know if there's anything else that was added or not. Those are the big thing. Oh, I saw that there's a I saw people like memeing about how there's a node that gives you 30 Saint Quartz, but it's a one-time only hit, which makes sense. If you could grind that, that would be absurd. But yeah, honestly, it'd be something if they did make it grindable, but only for like 24 hours. They're also doing kind of endgame mode, which is cool. I think 90 plus. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that. That's interesting. Anyway, not here to talk about that. We're here to see what the hell gonna happen here in Fairy Britain. So, let's get on into it. Interlude 2. Well, there's no 2 there, but you know, it's like the second one. I kind of wish I had done this at the end of last time, because I did the first interlude, and then I stopped at this one. I wish I'd done this one, so that way we could have gotten straight into an actual section this time. But yeah, whatever. There you have it. She said to give you her regards, and that she's looking forward to your coronation, you jerk. Is that so? Well, forgive me for not jumping for joy at being congratulated by a gutless coward who turned and ran away at the last second. Rude? You're still mad about that? It's not like Artoria ran from her competition with you. If anything, it's the opposite. She stepped back of her own accord so you wouldn't get caught up in her mission as the Fairy of Paradise. I know that. Why do you think I'm so pissed off? After all that, she's just going to let me to disappear and let me have all the glory. She thinks she can save the bloody world when no one's looking and quit while she's ahead. Yeah, maybe. Not on my watch, she won't. That's no different from the kind of crap Morgan pulled. Just you wait, as soon as I'm on the throne, I'm going to begin a Child of Prophecy hunt that'll put Morgan to shame. Maybe don't do that? I'm going to find her wherever she goes, even if I have to invade this paradise place she's from. Now who's acting like Morgan? Alright, but be warned, that ain't an easy path you'd be taking. Interfering with Paradise's duty means fighting proper human history. It'd be a pity to bring a whole new kind of war to Britain right after finally bringing peace to it. Fine with me. More than fine, even. I never had any intention of playing nice with proper human history. Sure. I'm not as extreme as Morgan, but it's still basically a foreign land, right? Yeah, I guess. Knowing there's more land out there waiting to be conquered is the best news I've heard in my life. Put your Fae aura away. My purpose is to rule. The more there is to rule, the happier I am. I can feel my magical energy surging just thinking about it. Looks like the idea of fighting proper human history really does entice you. If you're so certain, I won't try to stop you. Either way, it's gonna take time to get Fairy Britain back on its feet. And Kality will probably finish their mission by then. You really okay with Ritsuko leaving? True. I was hoping she'd agree to be part of my staff, but oh well. It's a shame, but it looks like I'll have to let her go her own way for now. But I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Yeah. It's only a matter of time before I become a super evil queen and invade proper human history, you know? Sure. And once I'm due, I'm sure she'll come pay me a visit of her own accord as my rival. Looks like you're dead set on getting everything you want. Not that I expected otherwise from you. I don't remember very well, but didn't the Nocnoria... No, Yaridu, whatever her name was, the servant say, like, she's not the same Nocnoria we met in Fairy Britain? But that also implies she has knowledge of the Fairy Britain stuff, if she can clarify that she's not that one. Which... I'd have to go re-look at her summon line. I'm pretty sure she said something like, I'm not the same one. I could be mistaken though. Plus, you're already obsessed with Camelot's throne. Don't damage it no matter what, eh? When you get right down to it, a throne is just a fancy chair. But you're dead set on that particular one. Yeah, probably because it has more power than you assume. Same with Morgan. She refused to leave it no matter what. Why is that? You know something about it? Okay, I guess I can tell you. Morgan's throne is the cornerstone of all Britain. It's what keeps the fairies cycle alive. It's the gear that keeps the life of every fairy who died at the end of the Fate era in motion. It's a false round table Ash created after she completed her pilgrimage and chose to defy her duty. It's the throne of a master. Whoever bonds with that throne becomes the master of Britain's fairies. Morgan used it in a desperate attempt to summon the fairies of Fairy Britain and keep them alive. My predecessor, Queen Mab, learned about this in Era of the High Queen 400, during her last one-on-one battle with Morgan. The only fairies who weren't wiped out during the Fate Era's Great Calamity were Mab, the clan leaders, and a handful of upper-class fairies. Mab had no reason to submit to Morgan's rule because she wasn't one of the fairies Morgan brought back to life. But she also couldn't keep fighting her once she found out how far Morgan had gone to keep Britain alive. How far Morgan had gone. I mean, yeah. So Mab and Morgan made a secret arrangement. They agreed that if Morgan should ever decline and fall, the King clan would be the one to succeed her. Gotcha. In other words, do what you want and I'll clean up the mess. That's right, they were friends. In their own way. After that, Mab retired to Edinburgh. Her part of the deal was to produce a new queen who could take over from Morgan by the time she declined. That's the duty I inherited from my predecessor. I'm her daughter, her next generation born for the sole purpose of becoming queen. Whatever else I do with my life will have to wait until I've taken care of that. I just wish it hadn't come about in such a half-assed fashion. But fine, whatever. As soon as the coronation's over, I'm going to rush right to the throne and take over from Morgan. As you do. Well, not that there was ever any other option. Now that Morgan's gone, I'm the only one with a spirit origin capable of reforming contracts with every fairy in Britain. Artoria simply doesn't quite have what it takes. That's just how it is. For sure. It's all like Ainsel prophesied. The Child of Prophecy will pave the way, and then the true king will appear. So the Child of Prophecy and the true king were always two separate fairies. That prophecy is probably about both of you. If you already know that much, I don't have anything else to tell you. Later, Naknaria. We'll have to fight each other someday, since you're from this lost belt and I'm from proper human history. But we can forget about that at least for the next few days. Tomorrow's your big day, and as Grimmer the Sage, I'll be there to bless you as best I can. He's like, oh really? How kind of you. Okay. Go from a... I don't know if... I wouldn't necessarily call that a happy conversation. Sort of. Kind of. But... to just the apocalypse. Turned everything to ocean. In the beginning, there was only ocean. Shooting stars streaked by civilizations faded. The earth was returned to resources. And everything became ocean. Some mishap on this planet caused everything to vanish. This is the Isle's dying voice, the sound of suffering from one yet to be put out of its misery. Okay. Interesting. Salisbury, we're heading off to grand old Salisbury. It's the start of a new era. A new queen shall reign. Will it be the Child of Prophecy? The child of the queen? We don't know, but as long as she does a good job as queen, it's all the same to us. Come on, let's hurry to the coronation. Goodbye, merciless Morgan. Hold up, everyone. Look over there. There's a Moors on that hill looking at us. Just one? That's no big deal. All we have to do is keep our distance. Right, yeah. Yeah, sure, it's just one. Britain's about to be reborn. I wonder what the new queen will do with it. Right. What was that about? Just one? What was that? Soon the time will be upon us. The number of Moors has exceeded the number of fairies. Oh, that's not good. Having had a sacrifice which pleases him, the god has begun to stir. Oh, Bavanshi. God damn it. Why'd you have to throw yourself in the pit? The way I see it, the whole point of reality is that there are no takebacks. We do things knowing they'll make matters worse. By the time we realize what we've done, it's too late. Then we seal away any who try to reveal our actions for the misdeeds they were. Whose fault is it? No one's, of course. And that is why it's not possible to make things better. Hi? You've heard of going out with a bang. I think that's a wonderful idea. If you're going to go out anyway, you might as well make the biggest bang you can. I suppose. You make a real good point. Okay. That's not concerning at all. I'm sure. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure there's no issue with that at all. Damn. Well, the end. Coronation. Yeah! The end! Uh-huh! Right! Yeah, uh-huh. For sure. Definitely. Definitely the end. That's a true fact. True factoid. I'm sure. Definitely gonna be the end of things. in one way or another.
Good morning, everyone. It's Coronation Day. Now come on, wake up. We need to get to the cathedral before it gets too crowded.
I don't think we need to worry about that. We've already got special seats put aside for us. Plus, the coronation should only take an hour. Have you all thought about what you'll do afterwards?
Senpai Da Vinci and I are going to wait for Percival. That way we can help him transport to Sacred Lance. I'm gonna go back to the Welsh Woods to tell them my journey was a success. After that, I think I'd like to help the recovery effort in Londinium until things settle down there.
Good idea. Once I see things are in order there, that's when I'll know my job's done. The bit about making sure Morgan's defeated is done at this point. Again, I don't believe that! So once your journeys come to a complete end, I'll be able to put Britain behind me with a clean conscience.
Huh? You mean you have a home of your own, Muramasa?
Of course I do. I ain't a vagrant, you know. I'm actually something of a royal assistant, believe it or not. Plus, I still got a weird colleague waiting for me to get back. I can't up and quit for no good reason. That concerned about Rasputin / Kirei, huh?
Too bad. I'd love to recruit. I would love to recruit you to our side, but I know you're not the kind to break your existing commitments. So realistically, just agreeing to a truce while we're all still in Britain's more than enough. By the way, what about Habitrot? Is she still holed up in her room?
Yeah. She said she's too tired to do anything but sleep, and to go enjoy the coronation without her.
Maybe we should go check on her again, just to make sure.
That's alright, I'll do it. Yeah, her seeing you mash might just make her more depressed. You guys go on ahead, okay? Yeah, I can't imagine seeing MASH right now would be good for her mental state at all. You've chosen to be a dream. You've chosen a path that will prevent you from existing in my Britain. The only time you'll have is the period between when she first arrives and when she is sent back in time with my water mirror. Oh. Remember this, Totodile. Your dream will end when the morning lark sings. Man. How you feeling, Happy Cat?
You went to the trouble of checking on me?
Wow, you're really a good person, aren't you, Ritsuka?
But don't worry about me. Go on, get going. Everyone's gotta be waiting for you outside. I'm just tired, okay? I'll be fine once I've properly woken up.
I don't believe you. Well, obviously I'm not gonna do the first one. I was so flabbergasted at the choices, like what? Who would do the first one? Are you really okay with this?
Okay with what? You got some reason to be worried about me? What, you think I've got a secret?
You think I'm actually one of the most important fairies in the Fae world or something? Kinda. Oh well, actually I actually don't know anything about your past.
Right? Good. If even a single person knew who I was, they'd put me in a real pickle. So it's fine not to remember me. I just have one or two things left to do after all. But thanks for asking, yeah. It's still too soon to say goodbye, but I appreciate your checking in. Make sure you and Mash look out for each other, Ritsuka. You turned out to be a pretty great bride
In your own right. Thanks. I was gonna say, does she say groom if you're male, Ritsuka? But she doesn't have any interest in grooms, does she? Just brides, so I don't know if it would make sense for her to. I mean, maybe, or maybe like you make a good groom for Mash, or something like that. No. I can't believe Da Vinci's going home. Although, where is her home anyway? What's the outside world? What is there outside Britain? Is her condition gonna improve if she goes there? If it does, that's a good thing, right? No. Well, this is the worst. What am I gonna do? Why she have to leave just when every day was starting to get fun? Can't do this to me. You can't take Da Vinci away from me now. Without her, yeah. I'll just go back to being my boring old self. What can I do? What can I do to make Da Vinci stay? Mike? Mike, you're scaring me. He was like sharpening a knife.
といえば風鈴ですよね。今回も
Okay. I'm sure it's fine. Definitely not concerning that this is a battle node or anything. Definitely not a concern at all. I'm sure there's that's not a problem, right? I'm sure it's nothing. Probably. Right? You. What? Okay.
Ah, we're here.
Gosh, I've never seen so many upper-class fairies all in one place before.
Look up on the second floor. There's Aurora and Spriggan in the VIP seats. And a whole bunch of other famous fairies, too.
But hey, we're kind of big deals, too. True. I might have relinquished my claim to the throne, but I was still one of the key players in the assault on Camelot. Our seats must be at the very front of the...
Huh?
They're all full? Let me see. It looks like our seats are on the first floor, all the way in the back. These are like the seats you give to a friend of a friend if there are any left over, right? Oh, Naria, how could you? I'm sure she gave us these seats so we wouldn't draw too much attention away from her, yeah. So we wouldn't draw attention away from her.
Oh good, you're all sitting here too.
Aren't you supposed to be in Camelot?
Yes, well that was my original intention. But Lady Barghest insisted otherwise.
Let me guess. She said it would be ridiculous for the commander of the Round Table Army not to attend, and that she could easily handle things while you were away?
I got it in one, verbatim even. She did also say to give you her regards, though.
Regards received.
She really is a thoughtful guardian knight, isn't she? I'm fully in favor of you being here too. Oh, how's removing the sacred lands coming along?
Probably fine.
Hey, if you need help with it, I can always come back with you to Camelot once this is over. No need to worry. It's coming along great.
Uh-huh.
It should be done by noon today, and the lands should arrive in Salisbury tomorrow night. Awesome.
I don't know if a sacred lance made by Morgan is something we can actually use ourselves.
But even if we can't, it'll be an invaluable divine construct, just as a reference. Thanks again, Percival. Quiet, everyone. Agnaria's here.
Oh? Very, very med reminiscent, I'll say. Like, doesn't she have like a alt outfit? Like actual med that's like a white, I mean more like I guess modernized like outfit. I think she does, right? Whoa, she looks beautiful.
I know I can hardly tear my eyes away from her. Don't you think she looks beautiful, Artoria? Yeah, I do. Damn it, Nocnaria.
I hate to admit it, but you're the best. Good day, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Temporary though my position may be, it is my honor to lead this coronation ceremony on behalf of the 6 clans. Lady Naknaya of the King clan, our new ruler who will surely lead Britain to a more prosperous future. Please make your way to the cathedral altar and the coronation pedestal. It's begun. It's a very solemn affair, isn't it? Yeah.
So that crown's been blessed by all 6 clans, and once Nocnaria puts it on, that will mean she's officially become queen. Yeah, pretty simple as far as ceremonies go. And since the clans have already come to a consensus, there shouldn't be anyone opposed to...
Here, everyone. These goblets are for you. The moment the blessing's complete, you're to drink the wine to celebrate. It's not poison, is it? Hey, thank you, Mr. Guard.
Are you going to drink that, Senpai?
I can't drink wine, but I can at least pretend.
Understood, then I'll follow your lead. I will too then.
I'm not really much for wine anyway.
Really?
Guess I'll toe the party line then.
I, don't care much for wine either, so...
Alright, I can see where this is going. Yeah, those two are gonna have to drink it all.
Now let us offer our blessing to celebrate the beginning of our new queen's reign. Nocnaria, our new queen. Please attest to your impartiality, your diligence, your commitment to coexistence, and your integrity. Very well. As a fairy of Britain, I swear to be impartial in all matters. As the head of the Northern Fairies, I'll continue to be diligent. As the fairy entrusted to rule by the Child of Prophecy, I believe firmly in coexistence. With humans too, right?
And as the daughter of the great Queen Mab, I promise my entire life will be one of... Objection! Oh god. You can't trust a single word she says. Knocknaria is evil. The northern fairies have no place in Britain.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Of course. The guy from, the refugee ward or whatever it was called back in Edinburgh. The guy who was totally a spy.
Huh? But you're my subjects.
We attest that Knocknaria has no right to rule. And we're prepared to tell you all about the atrocities she has committed. Her regime in the north was a nightmare. What? Every fairy she shares her blood with becomes her slave and loses the ability to refuse her. She controls every aspect of our lives, makes army service mandatory, and even takes away our original fairy professions. Well, that's not all. My brother and I were both infected with Moore's disease. Well, we only went to Edinburgh and became Knocknaria's subjects, because we'd heard it could be treated there. The truth was horrifying. Her treatment was transferring our Moore's curses to fairies she deemed worthless. Condemning them to death. If that's true, that actually is kind of fucked up. I was lucky enough to survive, but my poor brother was given Moore's curses from several other fairies, turning him into not just a hideous monster, but one of Knocknaria's giant soldier slaves. Knocknaria, maybe don't be so... Okay, you know what? Maybe her being forthcoming about it will be in her favor.
And what's wrong with that? Every one of those fairies knew exactly what they were signing up for. They volunteered of their own free will to sacrifice their bodies when they were already on the verge of death so they could save their fellow fairies and help defeat Morgan. I also gave each and every one of them rewards to suit their sacrifice. They weren't being exploited in any way, shape, or form.
And then what about what's underneath the Queen City? How do you explain that horrible system?
You.
Hear me, everyone. Let me tell you about Queen Mab and Knocknaria's secret betrayal of Britain. You probably all think Queen Mab is dead, but the truth is, she's still alive. You know why Edinburgh is known as the Queen City? It's because Mab transformed her own corpse into that city where it continues to function today. And for what purpose, you may ask? It disgusts me to say, but I'll power through. Mab planned to consume the bodies of other dead fairies to expand her city and create a stronger version of herself. And the result is Knocknaria. Knocknaria the Corpse Golem. Is this one true as well, Knock? Cause, you have some explaining to do. I trust you understand now why the landmass in the north never actually grew. It's been 1,500 years since Edinburgh was first made. In all that time, instead of fairy bodies growing Britain's landmass, they all went into the creation of the woman you see before you now. What else could you call that but a betrayal of our land? How dare they call themselves the King Clan? The truth is, Mab and Knocknaria see us British fairies as no more than food for their own consumption.
Betrayal? You have no idea what Mab put herself through for your sakes. This land can't exist without a fairy strong enough to sustain every other fairy. That's the only reason Mab became a city of all things. Fine, if you want to know the truth so badly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason British fairies are still alive today after being wiped out once before. I'll tell you the truth behind the Britain we inherited from Queen Mort.
Lady Nocnaria? That's impossible. Why is she coughing up blood? Damn it, somebody stop those insolent bastards already. What do the guards do? Gah! I think the guards are compromised. There you see, now that our sins have been exposed, they couldn't bear the weight of their shame. Now's your chance, guards. Bring Nocnaria to justice. Don't let the false queen get away with this. Oh god. We can't let the Northern Fairy Queen of all people take the throne. Especially when there's someone else much better suited for it. Who? Aurora? I assume this is all part of, like, Aurora's plot. Cause she has Melu in her pocket, like, something's been sussy about Aurora for a while. Artoria.
What the hell do you all think you're doing? Staging a mutiny.
Actually, it's not a ship, so it's not really a mutiny. But, you know, close enough. Something like that. Ibuki Doji. This fight shouldn't be hard, so having Bazit in shouldn't be a problem, I think. And you. There we go. Yeah, coup, there we go. That's the one I was looking for. Coup d'etat. Bond up. And yeah. Alright. Nah, for only 3, I won't use these. But yeah, I'm locking in my guess. I'm pretty sure it's Aurora trying to do some funky shit. Like she been kinda sus. TBH.
やだな。
神なる音、空、嵐、雷。目を離す。
やります。
敬え。人知の及ばぬものが世にあると、ここにて思え。真剣、草薙の太刀。
But I doubt there'd be people trying to do this on Artoria's behalf, given that she's the one who literally stepped aside for Nocnaria. So I feel like it has to be a faction.
Kill. Kill.
Unrelated, Nocrus. Although, can you even really call it a coup either? Because she wasn't queen yet. Like, she was queen to be, sure. But I don't know if it counts because she wasn't actually queen yet. I don't know.
どんな時も軽やかに。終わったらみんなでね。望まれること。よーし、もちろんだしね。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
But I guess because Spriggan is acting as current, like, overall clan representative,
ここでまっすぐ
the fact that he's in approval of her being queen and yet it's happening, I get, yeah, maybe. Really?
逃がしはせぬ。
もちろん
It's not wanting to give me
えい
Zerker Artoria cards.
おそばゆい。
今のうちに準備を
Actually, I can probably get away with just doing. Actually, yeah, we'll
楽
just do
しい
this.
時間
Yeah,
はよ
そうか
よし
そうか。
出
that
す
should
ね
do it. That should do the trick.
現実にその光はないとしても諦めず
Actually, no, what am I saying? We're in Salisbury. Of course, it's Aurora.
この
These are
希望を
literally her
知っているか
guards.
ホープウィル・キャメロッ
I don't even know why I'm deliberating on it. No, it's definitely Aurora.
ト戦いですから
We're literally in her city. Like, of course it's her. Unless someone has
先輩前回の調査レポート今回も
influence in her city that she doesn't know about, but I highly doubt that. I would be rather surprised. Alright. Fess up. Who done it? Who done did it? I realized what was happening as soon as I'd finished drinking the wine in my goblet. The wine they were passing out had been poisoned. I knew it. At least the wine given to me, the Northern Fairies, and Artoria's group. I'll be fine. I would have kicked the bucket a long time ago if my body couldn't handle a little poison. But I doubt Artoria. Well, actually, we would be fine. I don't know about Artoria, but Ritsuka would be fine. I doubt Artoria and Ritsuka can say the same. I took a casual look at the back row and saw that none of them had touched their goblets. I don't know why that is, probably just a coincidence, but at least I knew they were safe. I can't imagine Artoria would have caught on, so it must have been Ritsuka's idea not to drink any. The Northern Fairies here are all my long-serving subjects, so their connection to me is strong. They should be able to handle the poison as well as I can, so I'll pretend nothing is wrong and let the coronation proceed. There's no way I'm letting anyone spoil things now. There's no telling when the Great Calamity could begin. Britain needs a new king as soon as possible. There's no question who tried to poison us, but I guess things just aren't going to go their way. Sucks to be that. Yeah. You can't trust a single word she says. Nocnoria's evil. The Northern Fairies have no place in Britain. But the second I saw which fairies were raising objections, I knew I was in trouble. The fact that members of my own clan were denouncing me meant that the enemy had prepared much better than I thought. I felt fine at first, but then I started to grow numb. I could feel my fingers losing their strength and my throat and organs burning as if on fire. Doesn't sound pleasant. These aren't the only self-proclaimed King Clan fairies denouncing me. Similar denunciations must be taking place all across Britain. My subjects' loyalty to me is both my greatest weapon and my biggest weakness. If I lose their loyalty, I lose the power I shared with them too. In an instant, I lost over half my power? That many were turned against you? I could tell as soon as it happened. The poison which I'd been able to shrug off earlier starts to kick in, causing my oldest subjects to collapse. Normally the guards' spears would only tickle me. Now they pierce my stomach and punch out through my back. Oh! Aw, man. I guess I was more immature than I realized. I must have been so excited about finally getting to wear this dress that I didn't notice until it was too late. Oh, yeah. Eep! The Child of Prophecy attacked the Cathedral Guards. I knew it. I knew the Child of Prophecy and Naknaria were in cahoots all along. This is the true face of the Fairy of Paradise and the descendant of the Northern Fairies. What a blood-curdling team they make. This is why we can't trust anyone but British fairies. Quickly, someone's got to rid us of these outsiders once and for... Ah! What was that? Shut up and get out of here, or the next one roasts you alive. Yeah, you show 'em, Koo.
Naknaria! Naknaria!
Oh.
No. Come on, Naknaria. Don't give up on me. What's going on? Why doesn't she stop bleeding? Why aren't her wounds closing? What's wrong with you, Naknaria? These should just be little scratches for you. She's not generating nearly as much magical energy anymore. It's almost like her spirit origin is shrinking. No, wait. Is she reverting to a child? Come on, Naknaria. Wake up already. You're going to be queen, right? That's what you've been working towards all this time, right? You're supposed to be looking down your nose at me and laughing like you always do. Come on, you big jerk. Oh. Huh? Uh-oh. Was I sleeping? Naknaria, you're awake. Oh, thank goodness. Hang on, I'll treat you right away. Oh no, that's okay. I'm okay. I'm used to this kind of thing. That's weird. I know your face. I always remembered it when things were hard. You're my rival. Yeah. But I'm sorry, it's strange. I know you. But I don't know your name. I'm not sure what's going on. What is this place? Oh right, I'm Naknaria. I have a very, very important... Huh? What was my duty again? That's weird, I keep forgetting things. Oh right. It's because I gave it to so many other fairies. I guess I didn't have any intelligence of my own left over. What are you saying, Naknaria? You gave it all away? Everything? You gave away your magical energy, your miracles, even your intelligence? You used it all up to get here. All for those ungrateful fairies? For this awful Britain? You're sounding real Morgan-y there, Artoria. I'm sorry. Please don't cry, stranger. I still know who you are. You were always my guide. As long as I follow your light, I know I can always find my way home. Don't give me that. Come on, cut it out. Besides, we haven't had our rematch yet, right? You still need to fight me. And once you're queen, you're going to have a great romance, right? You haven't even taken the first step yet. So come on, Naknaria, you can't give up now. It's okay. I heard in another world, I have lots and lots of romances. Oh, that's funny. I can't remember her name. It wasn't the Queen's Cairn. I'm sure it must be like a flower. Wait, hold on, Naknaria. Don't disappear on me. I told you, you can't give up now. I never would have made it this far if I hadn't met you. If if I lose you too, I don't... Liar. You never give up that easily. You're too stubborn. Even if you're all alone, I'm sure you'll find your star.
I wasn't ready to be sad about Nocnaria dying. What?
She's dead.
I took care of the guards who pulled their swords on us. The other spectators all fled. Did Spriggan do this? No, he ran off in a panic as soon as things started going south. It's Aurora. This is her city. I don't like it. It ain't just arguing I hear out there. Those fairies are killing each other. And here I thought fairies didn't fight if they weren't part of an army.
I think the fairies of Salisbury are probably trying to get rid of the northern fairies. I don't know how much of an effect those King Clan fairies' testimony had. But now I'm afraid Lady Nocnaria isn't here to stop them anymore. Now the southern fairies feel justified in attacking Edinburgh. And the northern fairies, who still consider themselves King Clan, will fight to avenge Lady Nocnaria's death. The way things are going now, Britain will be consumed in civil war again. What a terrible waste. Yes, this was supposed to be the start of a new era, with a benevolent new king leading the way. Instead, it's just like what happened with the coronation at Londinium.
Sorry, but we'll have to pick this discussion up later with clearer heads. Those guards have got the cathedral completely surrounded. We've got to figure out a way out of here before they come for us too. No way. Don't tell me they're after Artoria too. Oh, they definitely are.
Whoever did this just assassinated the Northern Queen, who managed to conquer Camelot. I don't know what charges they'll level at me, but I'm definitely next on their list. I guess it's some nonsense about me conspiring with Nocnaria to take Britain for myself or something. No, on second thought, I doubt there's a fairy in Britain who isn't already dying to kill me.
That ain't it. Whoever poisoned that wine had no idea what the Fairy of Paradise's mission is. If they had, they'd never have killed Nocnaria. She was the only one who could have saved Britain. Or rather, its fairies. And now her assassins just killed the last hope they had of survival, which I doubt they realize. But never mind that. What are you gonna do now, Artoria? You're gonna follow Nocnaria to the grave. Are you gonna follow Nocnaria to the grave? Or are you gonna pick up where you left off? I'm a reasonable guy. Just this once, I'll respect whatever you decide. Where she left off? Yeah, time to fess up. What is the Fairy of Paradise's? I mean, it's clearly get rid of Fairy Britain, right? Probably in some roundabout way. The Counterforce's way of trying to get rid of Lost Belt. Seeing as how Greemer knows. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
That's far enough, Child of Prophecy. Foreign mage, lay down your weapons and surrender.
You stand accused of murdering...
Of murdering Lady Nocnaria.
We've received testimony from many different fairies that you not only interfered with the coronation, you also murdered the guards who tried to stop you. Yeah, okay. You fuck off.
As the head of Salisbury's security, I'm placing you under arrest.
Arrest? What are you saying, Lady Coral? We obviously caught them red-handed. The Child of Prophecy deceived us. The foreign mage can't be trusted, and Percival of the Round Table Army instigated the whole thing. We can't let them leave here alive. Let's just cut them down now and stick their heads on pikes in the town square. That should calm things down.
Absolutely not. Testimony alone cannot be taken as facts. They have a right to share their side of the story, and as the Wind Clan, we must strive for impartiality. Oh. What do you think you're doing?
Maybe it wasn't Aurora. Maybe... Because isn't there a faction of... humans that want to take control for themselves? Wasn't that a thing? Maybe they infiltrated Aurora's guards. Come on, let's get them. Don't go easy on them just because we outnumber them. They managed to survive a fight against Morgan. They've got to be tougher than the Londinium soldiers. Fight back if you want. The humans who attacked Londinium were Morgans. Yeah, I know. I know. With this line, it's clear that they... well... yeah. But yeah, I said what I said before this popped up and made it clear that they were... Morgans. Fight back if you want, but any resistance will be taken as a confession of your guilt. But if the three of you give yourselves up, we'll let the other fairies live. So what'll it be? All of you dead or just three of you? Go ahead, the choice is your... yeah, no. How? This is custom-made mithril armor. Shut up. We don't have time for this crap.
You just killed more guard.
If you want to run for it, go right ahead. You seem like the reasonable sort. I don't see any reason to burn you to...
Kukulain!
Yeah, no, definitely Aurora.
You blocked my attack? Of course I did. Such a cowardly sneak attack doesn't hold a candle to the real Lancelot.
Yeah, doesn't hold a candle to your papa.
Lucine, you're here too? Then the one responsible for all this must be...
Shut up, Curl.
It's not my job to keep you safe.
My job is to neutralize the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans.
You can handle the aftermath how you like as far as I'm concerned. Turn them into rabbits, strangle them, imprison them. Doesn't matter to me. Oh, but I'll say this. I wouldn't go outside for the next few hours if I were you. The city's erupted in fighting. You wouldn't last 2 seconds out there.
Now Lancelot, huh? Just what we needed. We might be able to take her if we all face her together, but... Victoria's still in shock. Without her protection, we'd probably lose at least one or two.
Didn't they have a conversation, Melu and Aurora?
And Melu was saying she felt like Aurora should be the ruler of Britain. But Aurora, like, was disagreeing. Maybe Aurora had... no, she has to have a hand in it. I was gonna say, maybe this is all Melu's plot to get Aurora on the throne. But I can't imagine her getting this many of Aurora's human guards on her side without Aurora knowing. There's no way. Yeah, no, Aurora must, yeah. I don't know why I'm trying to give Aurora so much benefit of the doubt. Like, I have no reason to, like, put this much trust in her, especially when we've seen how tricky she can be with, like, manipulating woodwoes, and I don't know why I'm trying to give her any sort of credit. Tori's in shock. Without her protection, we'd probably lose at least one or two.
There's no need for that. I can handle Lancelot myself. Go on, everyone. Now's your chance to escape. I'll meet you at the usual spot outside the city.
Why do I feel like we're not gonna meet you at the usual spot? Why do I feel like we're never gonna see you again? Huh? What are you saying, Percival? I only need to take care of the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans. You have nothing to do with... Oh, yes, I do. They're my comrades. I've trusted my life to them in battle. Most of all, they're friends I admire and respect. I don't care if they're the Fairy of Paradise, or residents from the outside world, or even if they're from a different world altogether. None of that changes the fact that we've all lived and fought together. These people have done everything they can to follow the path they believe is right, and to help their comrades do the same. They've devoted themselves to that purpose, and I'm going to do everything I can to help them. That is what it means to be a knight. That is what the Round Table signifies. That is what I was taught at this very cathedral. I was raised to become a knight worthy of the Spear of Selection, to be a replacement for the Child of Prophecy if necessary. That's right. Just because the reasons that brought you children here were tainted doesn't mean your spirits need to be tainted too. I'm so proud of the man you've grown into. That's why I don't want to lose to you now. Or why I don't want to lose you now. Not lose to you, to lose you. Very, very different meanings. You've already used the Spear of Selection twice. Once 6 years ago, and once against Woodwoes. If you use it again, I don't care. Besides, I still need to repay you for the blow you dealt Lady Gareth. Even now, her bravery and spirit live on in the spear. Tamlin Lancelot. If you insist on going by that name even now that Morgan is gone, then I will show you no mercy. If you're going to repeat that terrible mistake, then I'll do everything in my power to correct it. Oh, is she retreating? Okay. Coward! Boo, you suck! Turns around. What was that? Phew, thank goodness. I don't know what we would have done if that hadn't worked. Did you really just talk her into retreating? Yes. Yes, Lancelot is actually much kinder than she seems. I knew there was an excellent chance she would listen to reason if I made a compelling argument, so I took a calculated risk. I don't know about you, Senpai, but that seemed more like a harsh scolding than a compelling argument to me. Nah, well. There's no telling when she might come back, though. Either way, now's our best chance to escape. Come on, Otoria, Ritsuka. We've got to find a way through the blockade and get out of the city. Or, I thought Quarrel was about to say something to us after that. Honestly. I was kind of expecting her to...
Senpai, 残暑見舞い申し上げます。優れたマスター
I guess
には
not.
幸運がついて回ると言います。あ、いえ、私が今そ...
Alright, only got one of those left. Damn, no music is... Oh! It's fighting! It must be labeled under a sound, because I have sound effects turned down really low. Because when they're even at like half, they're really fucking loud. So I have sound effects turned down to 2. These shouts must be on sound effects and not voice. Because I can just barely hear them. Well, yeah, it certainly was the end. The end of Nocnaria, that is. Yeah, what you gonna do, Mello?
What a wonderful knight Percival's become. He's honest, gentle, dependable, but I've never seen him so angry.
He's actually the one who taught me what it means to be human, now that I think about it.
I know. I know what I'm doing is foolish, but I just can't help it. Are those screams coming from around Salisbury?
No, it's not just Salisbury. I can hear them from all over.
Gloucester, Oxford, Norwich. Are those Moors?
They're not just keeping to the forests and ravines.
They're coming out to the plains and highways too. No, wait.
Fairies are turning into Moors on their own? Probably the northern fairies, right? Because with Knocknaria gone, because didn't they say she like overwrote their purpose? Or no, she changed their professions, which is their purpose. So maybe with her gone, they now have zero purpose. So they're all just transforming into Moors. Maybe? We've just received a wind tiding from Salisbury. Queen Knocknaria has been assassinated. Accusations from Kingclan fairies have stoked resentment against Edinburgh. And now the northern fairies and upper-class fairies in the castle are fighting amongst themselves.
Those idiots. How could they let themselves be riled up like that without a shred of evidence? Where are they? I'll go silence them myself. You there, capture the fairies who are spreading the wind tiding. I'll slap them with the new administration's first charge of treason.
Emergency! A pack of Moors has appeared within the castle town limits. We received a ton of incident reports from all over the city. We don't have enough soldiers to handle them all. What would you have us do, Your Excellency? Your Excellency, acting Commander Barguest. Don't call me Your Excellency. It makes me all twitchy. Oh? Okay.
How could you let the Moors get inside? Hasn't the main gate been repaired by now?
Yes, ma'am, but there's no sign of them having entered from the outside. These Moors have been spontaneously appearing inside the city and making their way outside.
What? What about the sacred lance removal?
I'm afraid we haven't heard anything from that team for over an hour. And that's not all. All the fairies inside the castle are experiencing numbness in their limb.
Okay.
Dreamed? But the Moors didn't even touch him. What is that? It's coming from the pit.
That doesn't look good.
How does it look good at all?
What is that? They're not Moors. There's something more primal, more horrifying.
Disease? Acting Commander Barguest? Damn it. Here, give me your hand. We need to get you away from the pit.
Don't worry about me. I can stand on my own. You all need to get away from here. The pit is causing all these Moors to appear. They'll overrun the castle soon. Get to the plains while you still can. Tell all the other Round Table Army soldiers as well.
Yes, ma'am. But what about you? If we're going to run, you and the other fairies should come with.
Never mind me. And any fairy who could have gotten away has surely done so by now. Now go on, leave. Forget about Camelot. I'll hold the rear while you all make your escape. You only need to worry about survival. Dying out here is not an option.
Yes, ma'am. I know we'll be fine with Tamlin Barguest protecting us.
They really are good soldiers. Strong, earnest, friendly. The Round Table Army did an excellent job training them.
I don't want to fight a Barghest Moors. Don't.
My body feels hot. Is that the Moor's poison? No, wait, this is the curse Queen Morgan was keeping at bay. Now that I'm no longer Gawain, it's only a matter of time until I... No, not yet. There are things I need to do first. I have to save as many fairies and humans as I can. I'll defeat the Moors in the castle town myself, or I'll never be able to look the Chaldeans in the eye. That's right. As long as Ritsuka and the others are alive, hope is not yet lost. I can still save at least a handful of British fairies by helping them migrate. And I can get Adonis out of Britain.
Oh, did we not tell her that humans from here? Well, no, he might be proper human history human. Because he was telling stories of the Round Table to Barghest. Maybe.
That's the reason I'm still alive.
Bargy. My goat. She really is a good girl, huh?
先輩、残暑お見舞い申し上げます。暦の上ではもう秋ですが、この暑さはまだまだ続きそうです。優れた。
1 AP. Okay, well first, of course, you know what we gotta do. Roll it. Damn. I'm sure Barghest has got Camelot on lock, right? She can handle dozens, if not hundreds, of Moors on her own. I'm sure. Okay. Yeah, pop one of these. Oh, wait, let me take this out. Actually... Because Archer Tori is lawful good, right? Because she's regular. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, lawful good. Okay. I don't need her in yeah, because it's there. I don't need her in front for the all plus 20%, right? I don't think so. So yeah, we should be good with this. Alright. Terminus. We made it. I don't know how, but we made it. Yeah, the fairies from the north and south are pretty busy fighting each other. No time for us. I figured it'd be easy to get out once we gave the cathedral guards the slip, but it wasn't that simple.
Yikes, they just closed the gates. We got out by the skin of our teeth. Oh, wait. Habitrot's still at the pub.
There ain't much we can do for her now that the gates have been closed. Not unless you plan on approaching from the sky like Lancelot. But don't you worry, Habitrot's tougher than she looks, and she's used to this kind of stuff. She's probably giving Mike orders and defending the pub even as we speak. We can meet up with her again once everything calms down. Will we? And it's not like you're all that close to Habitrot anyway, are you? I know technically right now he's right, but that rubs me the wrong way. So don't worry about her too much. She can take care of herself.
I guess you're right.
I'm concerned about Habitat too, but we got more pressing matters to take care of. Now that there's been suspicion cast on Artoria for the assassination of Naknari. I mean, it's only a matter of time now until there's an all-out war between the northern and southern fairies. And since we teamed up with the north, all 6 clans are gonna be out for us in the Round Table Army. Percival, you should head back to Londinium now and... Percival? You okay? You look really pale.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm just tired.
I would like to think this uproar is confined to Salisbury. Yeah, no. But you're right, Lord Muramasa.
Time is of the essence. We need to act now before... don't be ridiculous. You can hardly even breathe right now. You're not doing anything else until you get medical attention.
We'll just have to find you a bed in Gloucester or some other nearby village. I don't think Gloucester is gonna let us in. I think Murian will, if anything, will try and kill us. We can worry about what to do next after we take care of that. Wait, what she said?
We need to find you somewhere to rest.
Not just yet. We got some cleanup we need to do first. Looks like some Moors overheard the commotion. At least they'll be a lot easier to handle than the riot in Salisbury. Come on, let's take care of them and... It's quite a few. Hang on, why are there so many of them? Mash, Da Vinci, grab Percival and get him to that forest over there. Hurry. Reamer, Ritsuka, Artoria, get ready to hold them off. We'll keep them busy for about 2 minutes, then make a break for the forest ourselves. Okay. I guess if they're that concerned, it was probably more than just the 5 we saw on screen. What? I'm getting the count's gonna be like 99, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Called it. He has nothing to charge his NP gauge, right? Oh no, it does. Perfect. I mean, I doubt we'll get anything for killing any of them, but... You know what? Do this. I'm gonna trust him to kill one. He might actually wipe them. No, never mind. Definitely not. Okay, I guess I could have done a full combo for him. I thought between his Noble Phantasm and the guaranteed crit, he would for sure kill one. This is the first fight in the game with more... Oh. Yes, wasn't that crazy to me because there's been like events and whatnot where this has been a thing, so I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Oh. But... Really? They didn't die? Okay. Ow. Okay, we're we're feels bad, man. Hang on. Actually, wait. First, let me.
ご注文承りました。
Doesn't quite get her there, but. Mash. And then. This. There we go.
ならそうかそうか。恐れよ。災いは今こそお前たちのもとへと来たる。真剣草薙の太刀。
Nice. Ow! Okay, yeah, don't go for the one I put Invincible on, sure. Thanks. I appreciate that. Love that. Okay then.
カッティングスプレーシューッと。
Her being in her swimsuit's really not appropriate for this, huh? Well, hey, canonically speaking, she's not even here right now. She's off in the woods.
切るぜ。
はあ。
若造。じゃあ。もうみっともで。
Rip Senji.
あとは頼んだ。
Well. Okay, I think after this next turn is when the battle should end. I would think. Oh, right now. Okay, yeah. Okay, we're good. Good. Not even concerned a little bit. Whoo-wee. I was like, any turn now? Don't tell me Moors are overrunning all of Britain now. Yeah. Yes. They are. I'm sorry. I should have been the one to fight. Never mind that. Just shut up and eat. Shut up and eat. Eat this. It's some of my best dried fruit. It'll help you recover some of your strength. Thank you, Artoria. You really are the child of prophecy. You're one of the strongest, most honest people I've ever met. I knew I was right to wait for you. To believe that you'd come. Whoa, there's a ton of Moors all over the highway, too.
What the hell's going on here? How can we get anywhere like this? Oh. Hey, Wolfies.
Hey, there you two are. How are things looking at the other cities? Not bad, huh? And I guess it's finally begun.
Reamer?
We're not going to Gloucester or Londinium. There are Moors popping up all over the island, and every city's shut its gates. What's worse, all the fairies who are overcome with fear in all this mess are turning into Moors on their own. Nowhere in Britain is safe anymore. This is the beginning of the Great Calamity.
Oh, that's good. That's great, even. That's awesome. I love being caught up in great calamities. Calamities. It's awesome. That's my favorite thing.
Support only, eh? Alright, so then what's our plan of action? The Great Calamity? Already? Afraid so. Don't forget, Morgan's been waiting on it all this time. Don't think she knew what form it would take, though. A Great Calamity is kind of like pus that builds up in Britain over the course of a millennium. Massive death throes become magical energy that pulls through that spills throughout the isle, and the calamity that catches that magical energy grows huge as a result. And that's how the great calamities happen, and they're gonna keep happening as long as this Britain's around.
It almost sounds like bloodletting. A way of, well, letting out the bad blood that's built up in the land's veins. So what kind of calamity absorbed that blood this time, Greamer? Can you tell?
Yeah, I can. Well, more that I already know. I couldn't tell while Morgan was still alive, but now that she's gone, I've got a good handle on what this calamity is. The thing that's been smoldering away in the pit for centuries is about to come out and say hello. That thing's basically why I was sent here in the first place. Although, I get the feeling there's more to it than that.
Does this have something to do with the red and black calamities the prophecy mentions?
From what Gary and Frecky's been smelling, there are signs of more than one calamity on the way. But those two calamities aren't my area, so I don't know what they are.
Wait a moment, did you just say signs? Then does that mean the calamities still haven't begun in earnest? If that's true, then the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one Ash said would destroy all of Britain if it woke up, is still asleep, and that means...
We can hit it now while we've still got a chance? Exactly. You're a quick one, Missy. But to do that, we're gonna need the Fairy of Paradise's help. The old God of Wisdom's telling me we're gonna need her to put the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one that awaits the pilgrimage's end, to sleep. Unfortunately, he didn't offer a lot of specifics. I still don't know what exactly that thing is, for example. Artoria, I think it's time you told us about your pilgrimage's final destination. About the Fairy of Paradise's true purpose. Ooh.
See, to me, I feel like these both would lead to the same thing. Us going Artoria would be like prompting her. I feel like this can't have like a major consequences either way. I assume it'll probably just end up in a change of dialogue later on. I'm gonna I'm guessing, I don't know. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its toe. If you want to let it go, yeah. I'm guessing it's probably. It's. Oh? God. Talk about the worst possible timing! Can't they tell we're busy here? Never mind that call, Artoria. Go on. What were you gonna say? Huh? Wait, that was a call? Caldia just called us! That's right, don't you see, Da Vinci? We're getting a transmission. Our electronic devices used to be inoperable here. But now they're working again. Huh. Oh, damn. Don't I look a fool now? Hello? Hello? This is codename Watson. Do you read me, Caldia? Loud and clear, Miss Watson. This is 221B Baker Street. The last carrier pigeon message we received is 4 days old at this point. So I'm afraid we're not entirely clear on your current situation. But permit me to summarize ours. You're under attack.
About 1 hour ago, the border's various systems began coming back online, including the systems that would previously shut down if we'd so much as approached the Isle. Oh, that's convenient. At the moment, our electricity is being provided by a steam generator while we perform maintenance on all parts of the ship. We can also tell from our radar that a dense magical energy contamination has settled over all of Britain. It's too soon for this to be more than conjecture, but I believe we can say Britain's begun its collapse. It was the Isle of Britain itself that rejected proper human history, and therefore the storm border. With Britain losing its power, we too can now intervene in matters more directly. Then you mean the border's back up and running? By golly.
Naturally, Miss Ritsuka. Which is why I would like all of you to return post-haste.
The professor still has yet to recover fully, I'm afraid. So we'll need your help to put together a navigational program that will let us maneuver through Britain's dense magical energy, Da Vinci.
Once you've all returned to the storm border, they should be ready to begin operations in approximately 6 hours.
Well, come on, Da Vinci, what are we waiting for? Actually, can we let Artoria finish what she was saying?
Right, with the storm border on our side, we can definitely handle the pit.
No, we can face any calamity that comes at us.
And we can heal Percival in no time, too. Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I have to refuse.
Please, just leave me here. Time is of the essence, right? I couldn't live with myself if I slowed you down.
Don't be ridiculous.
I can carry you, no problem. You won't slow us down at all.
Right, Da Vinci?
Only if we don't run into any more packs of Moors, and unfortunately, the odds of that are pretty low. Percival, it's only a matter of time until Moors show up here too. If we leave you here alone, we'll basically be leaving you to your death.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Percival?
Even though you said you consider Artoria, Mash, and Ritsuka friends. Yes. I know this is very selfish of me, but...
Gotcha. Well, if you're that committed, I guess there's nothing more to say.
Da Vinci?
So instead of saying anything, we're just gonna bring you with us whether you like it or not. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, Da Vinci ain't leaving him here. There ain't no way.
Isn't that right, Redrabit? Yeah, I know you're hiding over there.
Sure, you already knew, huh? So much for waiting for the perfect time to surprise you, Snort. No way. Were you tailing us? Well, yes. I was under orders to follow you and report back on your whereabouts. But no more. I quit. I quit all sorts of things. I guess this means I'm out of a job now. At any rate, I overheard the whole thing from behind that tree. That sounds to me like you all need a carriage, and one that verges on unsafely fast at that. One pulled by the fastest ferry horse in Prairie Britain, who can keep galloping non-stop until we reach your destination. What happened to Kundry? Where's Kundry at? I would have sworn Percival's friend Feyhorse would be coming to his rescue. Oh, Bargy.
That makes 70. Pathetic. I can't believe I'm already so exhausted.
I mean, after cutting down 70 Moors and being cursed constantly, that's pretty impressive.
My body is burning up. My horns feel like they're about to burst.
Are we seeing Bargy's last stand? Huff. Huff. Gah. What's going on? The more I defeat, the more of them there are. It's as though my exhaustion keeps growing. I can't seem to think straight. There's no end to them. They're just going to keep coming. But I must keep them away from the Round Table Army survivors outside the castle. Have at you, Moors. Oh, Bargy! My goat! I'm being influenced. Now I kind of want to make her my grand next year. When the grand tournament things start. Oh. She's so goated.
この剣にかけて強きになる。それはこの剣にかけて命令か。踏み込め、投げ払う、叩き潰す。無力だな、本当に。強きに、それは。
Hang on there, Bargy. Oh, she's just gaining strength. It seems a bit OP, but you know.
敵ではない。真の姿を見せてやる。反人類史、何する者ぞ。我が剣のシミにもならず。
It's funny how she says that. At this point, even when she's like fully okay with like moving there. Yeah, this is kind of nutty. Damn. Too bad the her you summon doesn't have these just infinitely stacking HP and attack buffs. I mean, yeah. She has like a little itty bitty like baby version of it with her strong eater, sort of. But oh, what's going on? Everything looks red. Did some Moor's poison get in my eyes? Bargy! I can barely see. It may as well be nighttime. There. That was the last of them. It wasn't easy, but at least the Round Table Army should be safe. Who? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry I told you to escape this way. But what other way was there? If you'd stayed inside, none of you would have survived there either. Maybe I should have just eaten them all? Oh yeah, they'd live on forever in your stomach. Become part of you. The weak can be food for the strong, so the strong can protect the weak. That's right. Even if Britain's reaching its end, there's still someone I want to protect. I have to go. I'm sorry I can't rest in peace here with all of you. I have to get to Manchester. I'm its lord. I have to protect the people there. I'm going to assume it's probably already too late for Manchester. Probably. Oh. Hang in there, Bargy. We'll be coming to give you backup soon. I promise. If she can even hold on that long. Damn it, there are moors everywhere. They must be the same predatory type we saw in Norwick. Hurry. I don't care if you grind the wheels into dust. Just make sure we reach Norwick by nightfall. But Lord Spriggan, what about the soldiers we left outside Sal's? Don't say it. Believe me, I hate to lose soldiers like that after everything I invested in training them. But we're helpless against so many Moors. Armed or not, humans can only do so much. We need the Fang clan to handle a threat this large. Yeah, well... about that. Not that they've been any help, since there's been no sign of them ever since they left for Gloucester. Then what's the point of running back to Norwick? Shouldn't we cooperate with the Northern Fairies again to... Why do you think I'm exercising in my last resort? Any chance of alliance with the North died with Knocknaria. Alliance with the North. Damn it, of course I was going to have her assassinated eventually, but there's a time and place for these things. Why did she kill Knocknaria now instead of waiting after the Great Calamity? Morgan's history proves beyond a doubt that the fairies need a king to keep them in line. Maybe Aurora wants the Great Calamity to go through and for everything to burn? Maybe? But in the world was she thinking? No. Don't tell me she wasn't thinking at all. Shh. She didn't give a single thought to the future. Didn't have designs on rising to power, nor the desire to run this country her own way. She didn't think about any of that. She killed Knocknaria solely because she didn't like her. That's seems very short-sighted for Aurora. I have a hard time believing that. I can't believe it. How in the world did that monster survive for 2,000 years with such an empty head? I don't know. Don't trust the Northern Fairies. Knocknaria was a calamity. Oh yeah, you want a calamity? Salisbury is Lady Aurora's city. We'll protect it ourselves. Have any fairies been infected with Moor's poison? Let us know before it gets worse and we'll treat you right away. It's dangerous outside. Don't let the humans out of the city. They're our property. Anyone who tries to open the gate is a traitor. If you see someone trying it, say something. Conduct yourselves in a manner befitting the clans. Lady Aurora will save us. Will she? Long live Lady Aurora! Long live Lady Aurora! I'm glad to see the night. What do you mean without incident? Are you crazy? She might be crazy. She legitimately might be. Oh good, I'm so glad to see the night pass without incident. And I'm especially glad things have calmed down outside. Here, Coral, come join me for a cup of morning tea. Lady Aurora, I'm afraid I can't agree about the night passing without incident. There are so many fairy corpses on the streets that we're having trouble disposing of them. Especially since we can't take them outside with the gates closed. And then, there are the northern fairies. Oh yes, it's very sad how things turned out for them. Not only is Nocnoria dead, but now everyone knows Edinburgh's secret. What happened to the northern fairies who were here in Salisbury? They collapsed immediately after Lady Nocnoria's death. We took the ones who are still breathing to the rearing house and are keeping them under close watch. The rearing house? Since when have we had a rearing house? Yeah, Aurora? What's going on with you, girl? You ordered it built 16 years ago to raise human children. It's been abandoned for 6 years now, so I took the liberty of repurposing it. Oh yes, that darling little house. I always did like it, and it turned out so wonderfully adorable. But you know, now what was his name again? Well, ever since I cast out that gray-haired human boy, I haven't quite been able to bring myself to visit again. Oh, I thought you had forgotten all about him. Lady Aurora, may I ask why you cast him out? What do you mean? He grew up after using the spear only once, remember? And he couldn't become the child of prophecy once he looked grown up, right? He was human after all. Oh, how cold. Right, of course. Was I wrong to reopen the rearing house? Oh no, Coral. It was a wonderful idea. That building is fully equipped for pest control. It's perfect for the injured northern fairies. A wave of my finger will send them all to their eternal rest. Yo, what's up? Tell me, she crazy bitch. She cray cray. But never mind them. Has the Child of Prophecy's gang been captured yet? I can't believe they'd stoop so low as to kill Nocnoria just because they lost the competition. That you know for a damn well that's not what happened. We'll have to make sure the Child of Prophecy is brought to justice for this abominable crime. Sure. The foreign mage is just as culpable, but I'm sure the Child of Prophecy must have tricked her into helping her. I'll have to ask that her sentence be lighter. She won't be able to tell me all about the outside world if she's dead. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't, huh? Teehee, doesn't that sound lovely, Coral? I wonder what the world outside Britain is like. Humans made everything in that world, and so many different kinds of humans at that. I'm sure it must be simply overflowing with wonders that would make your eyes pop out of your head. Yeah! Lady Aurora, I'm afraid now's not the time for that. The number of Moors outside the city has continued to grow, and fairies from nearby villages have been pounding on our gates, asking to be let in. There are even some fairies here in Salisbury who have been showing signs of Moor's disease. We need to increase our shelter capacity immediately. Once we open the gates and let the refugees in, we'll need to open the cathedral's doors as well. I don't think you're letting refugees in. We can't possibly tend to them all ourselves. So we'll also have to request aid from the humans in Gloucester or Londoney. Why bother? Just leave the gates closed. Oh, and do have the human guards dispose of the fairies with Moore's disease, won't you? That's the whole reason we've been raising humans in the first place. Lady Aurora, what are you saying? I know humans are lower life forms, but they still feel. It seems far too cruel to have them put down their own friends and neighbors. And what about the refugees outside? How are we... Oh, don't worry about them. They're very strong, or they wouldn't have chosen to live in their dingy forests instead of my lovely city. I guess? I'm sure they'll find some way to get through this. We'll just focus on keeping Salisbury safe. Time will take care of everything, Coral. All we have to do is stay calm and wait. So you're not going to do anything? You just want us to remain here in the bell tower where it's safe? Remain here in the bell tower where it's safe? Now, Coral, don't be difficult. I'd hate to have to strip you of those pretty wings. Like I did to Halabaromia. You remember him, right? He was always arguing with me with his silly logic. You're not like him, right? You're a smart girl who understands my feelings. Yeah. That's exactly why I know you'll continue working for me. For the rest of your days. Sure. Do you remember? I vaguely recall the name Halabaromia. Wasn't he the... previous clan head? Question mark? Oh, right, him. That was forever ago. You're right. That was his name. Oh yeah, because he did say he was an attendant to Lady Aurora. Yeah. I see. So this is why he didn't have wings. She ripped them off of him? How strong is she exactly? She must be pretty damn strong if that's the case. That's exactly why I know you'll continue working for me for the rest of your days. Yeah. But yeah, it's been forever since Cornwall. I completely forgot that the main elf guy's name was... And that's all we know. We only have the wind tiding to go on, so we don't have any more details. But it looks like the coronation at Salisbury was interrupted. The Child of Prophecy killed Lady Nocnaria. And mass quantities of Moors have been appearing all around Britain. They also said that Moor's poison has been seeping out of the pit and that all of Camelot is subsumed in a black fog.
I see. It seems the Great Calamity has begun then. But this changes nothing for Gloucester. As long as fairies vow to abide by Gloucester's way of doing things, that is to have fun above all else, regardless of clan affiliation, then offer refuge to anyone who asks. My Fey domain is still alive and well. no Moors will be making their way into Gloucester. We'll see about that. Although, there isn't anything we can do for fairies within Gloucester who spontaneously turn into Moors. We'll just have to have the Fang Clan mercenaries dispose of them. Murian, oh, okay. Yeah, no, she broke her own mind. No, on second thought, send them out to rescue fairies stranded in the nearby villages. The Fang Clan has more resistance to Moor's poison than the other clans. That's why they were able to kill the Moor's king. So if the only problem is an explosion of Moors, the Fang Clan should be able to handle it. What we need to prepare for is the calamity afterwards. That fog or whatever it is coming from the pit. Even though Morgan's gone now, the system she created is still rock solid. Camelot's always held the Fang Clan in reserve for situations like this. As long as we use them properly, we have nothing to fear from the calamity. Yeah, sure. Lady Murian, the Fang Clan is, well... What are you still doing here? I thought I gave you an order. I'm going to keep studying the pit. I'm finally getting to the truth of it. Yeah, there are passages in the documents Morgan hid away about Britain's origins. Caernunos and the First Prophecy. If I can decipher them, I'll know what the Great Calamity really is. Whatever's trying to destroy our Britain, I swear to reveal it, or I'm not the head of the Wing Clan and the Lord of Gloucester. Yes, Lady Murian. It's no wonder you're Britain's wisest, fairest ruler. We Gloucestonians are proud to have you as our leader. Don't worry, we'll take care of the city. No, this is no time to take a breather. There's not a moment to spare here. I need to find the answer before Kionskia gets back, or I won't be able to call myself a friend. Yeah. I knew it. Koyanskia told me about these beings called gods, and it looks like there was once one in Britain too. Caernunos, the god of beasts and islands who parted the seas. That must be the god at the bottom of the pit. The real question is, why did this god disappear? What did the six clans wish for? But most of all, what made this world go down a different route than proper human history in the first place? I'm so close to the answer now. I can almost taste it. 14,000 years ago, an invader that fell to the planet from a shooting star. And then the fairies. No, that can't be right. But it's the only explanation. Then we brought this on ourselves? No. A fairy's sins are their own. You can't punish children for their parents' sins. And besides, if this really is true, then the pit existing makes sense. It isn't a god trying to destroy us, but the Isle of Britain itself. Congratulations, Murian! You got it! And thank you for getting rid of the Fang Clan, by the way. That made it so much easier for the calamity to spread unchecked. Had the Fang Clan still been around, they'd have kept killing enough Moors that the Great Calamity would never show up. This time I'm going all out. The more calamities, the better. Thanks again for doing your part to end things. Besides, you got your revenge, and you learned the truth about Britain. You did everything you wanted, yes? No regrets? Then it's time to pack it in. It's you! Yes, that's right. Oh, and before you go, permit me one final confession. I'm sorry for sticking the Fang Clan on the Wing Clan all those years ago. I
honestly didn't have any real reason. I was just in a bad mood that day. Terribly sorry. Morgan? Is that you? I mean, I refused to believe that she was dead. But, that hand didn't look too good. She, that didn't look right. But it was like blue-black, which is her coloring. So maybe. No spoilers, by the way, please. I'm just theorizing. Okay. Looks like something's trying to stop us from getting to the border. Well, it's probably coincidence, if anything, but. It's been a day and a half since I started galloping along the coastline. We should be at the western shore soon. Incidentally, I started to lose all feeling in my forelegs. My hind legs too, for that matter. To be perfectly blunt, I'm afraid any more running could endanger my life. My life as a Fey racehorse, that is. Fey racehorse, that is. You ran yourself that ragged for us? Teary-eyed. You know what? Purely because of the weird obsession female Ritsuka has with Redra in Grand Carnival, I'm gonna go with this one. I'm like, my dear horse. Or red hair. Not Redra, red hair, but you know. Not at all. Even putting my legs aside, my wagon wheels are about 20 seconds from falling off. Oh! Are you all ready to run to the ocean as soon as you're out of the carriage? I see a whole mess of Moors over on the shore. I never did figure out what exactly propeller humming history was all about. Alright. But I suspect it means you all are the brave warriors destined to truly save Britain. It's been an honor to accompany you on your journey. Alright, this is as far as I go. Take care, everyone. Redra! Yamete! Yamito! Thanks, Redra. You've been the best damn horse I've ever seen. Come on, Grimmer, it's our turn now. Let's clear them a path. My goat. Or my horse, rather. My. Let's just load up. Alright, may as well. Yeah, may as well. I was bringing MASH anyway for her plus 20, so yeah, it's fine. I'll leave the teapots on. Goddamn Moors. So I know he collapsed and can't move, but we're not just leaving him to die, right? Right? We're not just gonna let Redra be mortared. Right? That'd be silly. No, we wouldn't be that cold.
完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界これが俺のスムカリ村正だ
I'm sure we'll clear out any Moors that would have been surrounding him. The farm's doing better now. No, no, not the, no. We know they do it far. No.
俺あの辺りか切るぜ。真髄解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界
No way.
これが俺のスム
Not our
カ
boy.
リ村正だ。若造まだまだ折り返した。てめえとは反りが合わねえよ。
Nah, I don't believe it. Ow. I should have checked to see if I could move.
そうかそうか。
アンサス切るぞ先に行く。おら若造てめえとは反りが合わねえよ。
そうかそうか。
Yeah, I should do the trick. There we go. Actually, check the battle drops for this one. Okay. I mean, I usually do. I just kind of like glance at them. But I assume you're saying that because there's something interesting about it?
やることは変わらねえよ。
Ooh, that's a lot of Avengers. Well, 2. Yeah, hang on, let me put her invincible on first. I'm not gonna do anything with her this turn quite yet, but
櫛灘姫を切るぜ。あの辺りか。真髄解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界
try and get as much damage in as I can.
スムカリ村正だ。やべえなお出直せ。てめえとは反りが合わねえよ。
Thank you. If all of you could attack Castoria Zerker with her invincible, that'd be great, or not. Okay, I guess not. Bit fucked up, but okay.
調子は悪くねえな。折れんなよ。
If you need bells to farm, you know that appears he was the best one to farm them. Just 3 waves of these guys.
先に行く。
Yeah, I think I'm good on Bell. Actually, no, I think Ash
真髄
needs.
解明完成理念
I think
収束
I'm
鍛造
missing.
技法臨界これが俺のスムカリ村正だ。
Yeah, I think I have 1 skill level up left on Ash that needs bells.
若造
I think. Because I think she's 10-10-8, I want to say.
どんな時も軽やかに。やる。
I
物語を
think.
語りましょう。旅立ちの誓い、グゼの童話。幾度羽は汚れても、冬の鳥は雨を越えて、その希望は消えはしない。ホープウィル・キャメロット。剣のマーチ。
Alright, good.
悪いとこカットしよっか。グローアップ日
One
本
down.
人。開いた。
もろき体で
Rip Ibuki. Right. Baz that you're not.
よ。
あ あの辺りか。
そっか、行く。剣のマーチ。アンサンブル。
Alright. Damn. Not quite.
開いた。
Ow. Why?
了解。
切るぜ。
You gotta be so rude, Mr. Moores.
開いた。
What did we ever do to
ここに
you?
比べればこの程度。
Interesting. Wrong node. Yeah, I was gonna say. What's so crazy about small bells? The cut dialogue is about Retro running off into the forest to die, feeling guilty about working for Aurora behind our backs. Oh. Oh. I wonder why they cut that. Wow, I've never seen the command room so frantic. Congratulations on your job well done, Mitsuka. Good to see you safe and sound. This place seems to be seriously bad news. Our sensors are detecting a positively absurd magical energy signal. According to Shiba, we only have a few hours until the collapse begins. I wish I could give you time to take a breather in your quarters, I really do. But can you tell me more about just what is going on here before I have an aneurysm? But first, roll call. That must be Artoria, the King Arthur of Fairy Britain. That must be Percival of the Round Table Army. That's obviously Cuckoo Lane. And that must be Senji Muramasa, the alter ego disciple of the foreign god. Excellent. I can see they're all just as capable and dependable as I thought. Having them on board should give us just the edge we need. Guten Tag, denizens of the land of the Fae. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Gurdulf Music, Director of Chaldea and Commander of the Border. Given the circumstances, I see no point in discriminating between those of you from proper human history and those of you from the Lost Belt. Since we're all in the same very rapidly sinking boat, I hope I can count on your help in resolving this unprecedented crisis. By the way, how come there are so few of you? Didn't Da Vinci's reports mention at least a few others? Gareth and Oberon didn't make it. What? How about the Northern Fairies then? Didn't you have a Mab match with a Med lookalike where you became Mad Friends?
Magnaria passed away during her coronation.
Oh. Oh, I see. Then her death can't have been a peaceful one. What a terrible shame. Well, we can't count on help from those who've already passed on, and there's no point in dwelling on it.
I mean,
Kinda cold, but he's right. You know, he's not wrong. Drowning ourselves in grief isn't gonna do much for us at this point, when everything's kind of falling apart around us. Alright, let me tell you what the situation is here. We've begun our water takeoff sequence, but it's going to be several hours yet before we can leave. Technical advisor, I need you in a computer room yesterday. Nemo Professor needs your help. Mash, see that our two guests are well tended to. No wait. Take Percival to the infirmary first. He's not looking too good. Muramasa, Gurima. Now that you're on board my ship, you'll be treated like any other Chaldean servant. Captain Nemo here will brief you on our plan of attack. Now, as for you, Ritsuka. I see you're in just as sorry a state as ever, but that's nothing new for you by now, is it?
No, thanks for pointing it out. First, I want you to get yourself checked over at the infirmary, then use our precious few spare command spells to replenish yours.
After that, you're to return here and brief myself and the administrative advisor on every place you visited in Britain. As you knew, we'll be going in there ourselves in the storm border in just a few hours. So we're going to need all the information you can give us on the land and the fairies who live in it.
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Look at Gordy being a actually competent commander. I mean, it's not the first time, but you know, it is a bit of a rarity.
Good. It's been a day and a half since our last transmission. So if we leave in 6 hours, that'll be about 2 days.
Yeah, close enough, yeah. I don't see the entire world ending in 2 days, so we should still have plenty of time.
I think.
Hopefully.
Nonetheless, this is going to be a fearsome battle. So make sure you're all well rested and ready for anything.
"2 hours into the emergency meeting.
I see. Very well, I believe I now have a firm grasp on what has transpired since our last communication. I appreciate your attention to detail, Miss Ritsuka. With your information, I know what we need to do, though whether we can do it is another matter entirely. Oh? So what is it we should do then? Broadly speaking, we have 2 goals. The first is to prevent Britain from collapsing. That will require us to investigate the pit, stop the calamity, and wipe out the Moors that have sprung up all over Britain. And the second is acquiring the divine construct. We came very close on the latter, but it seems we were thwarted at the last moment. Ah yes, the sacred lance that was supposed to be sent from Camelot. I don't blame the Round Table Army for this, but I still can't help but wonder if they couldn't have finished just a day sooner. Damn it. About that, Grima, could we see you here for a moment? What's up? Got a question for me? I do, yes. It pertains to the divine construct. We thought we could achieve that goal by seizing one of Camelot's sacred lances. But according to Miss Ritsuka, you seemed a bit put off when the topic came up before. May I ask why that is? Awesome. I don't know if a sacred lance made by Morgan is something we can actually use ourselves. But even if we can, it'll be an invaluable divine construct, just as a reference. Thanks again, Percival. Damn, you got a mind like a steel trap. Don't you, Ritsuka? Yeah, that's right. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. Taking one of Camelot's sacred lances for yourself doesn't mean you'll automatically be able to fit it to the ship. Divine constructs are closely tied to their wielder. You might be able to create one, but you having the right to actually use it isn't the same thing. Until you guys get back what you at Chaldea, no, with all of proper human history lost when the world was wiped clean, you'll never be granted a divine construct of your own. We lost something during the bleached earth phenomenon? It can't be. But no, it's the only logical explanation. So that's why we had to come to the Lost Belt. And Miss Shion sent us here because she knew about it.
Okay.
Alert! There's been a change in Central Britain's gravity. Whoa, it's as strong as the foreign gods' pseudo-black holes. Oh. Wah, something really gross is emerging from there. Wah, I don't even want to look at it.
You think that's bad? I'm seeing fire spreading all over Britain. Looks like it started in the northwestern part of the Isle. A whole tsunami of fiery wind is blowing across all of Britain from Manchester. Barguest? Bargy? What's going on, girl? Fire broke out in Manchester? Keep it together. Gather as much detailed information as you can. I also want to see these phenomena myself. Point the ultra-long-range lens we used in Atlantis at Central Britain. I'm trying, but we can't see a thing out there. It's as dark as the bottom of the ocean out there. But we're still positive about what's going on. And it looks like we'll have to go see what's going on for ourselves. Any word from the professor? How much longer until the navigational program is done? She said it's already done. She just needs 30 more minutes to test it before it's deployed. It's good to have Da Vinci back. That's 3 hours sooner than I expected. Gordolf, Holmes, the ship is ready for battle. Ritsuka, would you bring Mash and Artoria Castor here? We don't have a single second to spare. I hate to do this, but it looks like we won't have any time for a test drive before we head out.
That's fine. How's Percival doing?
Okay, that should handle your minor injuries. And I also gave you a stimulant ampoule. But are you sure you don't want to try the recovery pod? It might not help you recover completely, but it should at least give you a little more energy. Thank you for your help, Da Vinci. But yes, I'm sure. I'll wait until after the great calamity's been dealt with.
But if you don't get healed up now, then you'll be useless when... Okay. Well, I'm sure he knows what he's doing. If I get into that bed, I'll be unconscious for several... Right. Yeah, it does take a while, doesn't it?
I'll be unconscious for several days, right? I'm the commander of the Round Table Army, and that's time I can't afford to lose. Even if I can't be of much help, I still want to see what becomes of Britain. And besides, how could I ever face my soldiers
if I told them that while Britain faced this crisis, I was asleep? It's a good point, I guess?
Besides, there's something to tell you too, Artoria. I was hoping to keep this to myself, but I can't do that now that I blabbed about it back at the cathedral. This is about you being a substitute child of prophecy, isn't it? Is that also why you're in poor health right now? From what I've gathered, it was Aurora who took you and those other human children in just after you were born. Woodrose was one who saw you had talent at the rearing house, and Lancelot taught you how to use a sword. I'm guessing the purpose behind all that was to create their own child of prophecy? That's right. After Einstell's prophecy became known, a number of different measures were taken in response to the child of prophecy. The Queen's army captured all fairies. Who had just been born. Some villages hid next-generation fairies, who met the description. And some villages raised them in secret. The Lord of Salisbury idea was this. If we don't know where the child of prophecy will appear, we can just prepare our own in the meantime. So that's why you and those other human children were taken in and raised to be warriors. You were meant to serve as the child of prophecy in case the real one didn't appear 16 years later. True. That may have been one of the reasons. So what happened afterwards? Lord Woodrose determined that I had the most potential out of all of the candidates. What's more, Salisbury possessed one of the weapons Ash the Savior used to save Britain in the Fey era. This spear. The Spear of Selection. However, Ash had placed a seal on the spear that prevented any sinner from using it. In practice, that meant only humans could even touch the spear, let alone wield it. So that's why they used human children? Even if they're not as strong as fairies, they can use the Spear of Selection. And that was the bar that had to be met to call oneself the Child of Prophecy. Ah, that's right. Then, when I was 10 years old, I succeeded at drawing out the Spear of Selection's power. I think it chose me. That it wanted me to use it to kill wicked fairies. I'm sure I heard a voice saying something like that in my head. That was also when the Mirror clan disappeared from Britain. The day the Spear of Selection chose me was also the day she went to the Lake District on her lord's orders.
Wait. So it wasn't Morgan who had the mirror fairy swiped out? It was Aurora?
Hang on, that doesn't make sense. The Mirror Clan disappeared 6 years ago, right? But you're...
The Spear of Selection uses its wielder's life force to generate its true power. From the way you acted, I felt like you never even thought that Morgan did that. I kind of just assumed it was the obvious assumption, so I didn't feel like saying it, I guess. I felt like that was just the I'm not, I won't lie. I also don't remember everything I say in regards to certain things, so it's very possible I said that. I don't know. At least, I felt like I thought that Morgan had it. I don't know. I don't know what gave the impression I didn't think she did, but I don't know. At the very least, I've been thinking the whole time that she was the one who had them wiped out.
I'm sorry, Otoria. The truth is, I'm 16 years old too. I was 10 when the Spear of Selection chose me, and I aged 10 years as a result. That's why I have the body of a 26-year-old. But British humans only live 30 years on average. That's why you didn't age anymore the second time you used it. You couldn't age more.
Oh. So is him being run down literally because he's about to die from old age? Is...
Does that mean the only reason you're still alive now is...
Yes, I must have been born stronger than other humans. I guess Lord Woodwoes did choose well, huh?
That's why I owe you an apology, Otoria. I was raised to be a substitute for you. No, to be a threat to you. But instead of coming clean about that, I began an organization meant to support you. I used your name without permission,
just so I could put the Round Table Army together for my own selfish reasons.
I have no right to speak about peace in Britain, but I went around preaching it all the same. That's not true at all. You didn't do this for yourself. You never did. Even now you're
forcing yourself into action just to save Melusine. Oh, yeah, she can tell.
Attention Stormboarder, the ship's now battle ready. We've detected a powerful gravitational fluctuation in central Britain. Holmes believes this is the start of Britain's collapse. In 30 minutes, we'll transition to flight mode and attempt to enter British airspace ourselves. All hands to the bridge. All hands to the bridge. I repeat, the ship is now... Looks like that's all we've got time for now. I'm heading to the computer room. What about you two? I'll go to the bridge too. I may be an imposter, but I still called myself a Knight of the Round Table. If nothing else, I want to honor my companions, who lost their lives on the battlefield, by seeing for myself what becomes of Britain. My own wish may be nothing to speak about, but I can at least honor theirs. A future where humans and fairies can coexist in peace. Yeah. Something tells me, though, if Artoria goes through with what she's meant to be doing, I don't think there's gonna be a fairy Britain to have peace in. I mean, there wasn't going to be anyway, but... Okay. Barghest, you may have... At least I'm assuming all this fire comes from Barghest. Flame is kind of her thing. We zoom in. What the devil is going on here? It's only been a day and a half. How is all of Britain burning in only a day and a half? I mean, I knew Moors were bad news, but this is unbelievable. No, Moors don't use fire. Something else did this. This has got to be the Red Calamity. Looks like the fire's coming from Manchester. Oh. Isn't that where we made that promise with Barghest? That we'd help some fairies migrate to proper human history if things went belly up? That's right. Barghest told me about that. She said she'd already talked to Manchester's residents about the prospect of migrating outside Britain. And that they all loved the idea. Can we stop by Manchester first then? That's where we're headed. We need to find out what's causing the fire anyway. I think we have a pretty good idea. It'll be something of a detour, but it shouldn't affect our entry route into the pit. How are things on your end, Da Vinci? All systems green. We're making good time at 60 knots, or 111 kilometers per hour. You want to head to Manchester, right? I was just thinking we should make that our first stop, too. We have to keep our promise to Barghest, after all. We should be there in 10 minutes, but it's surrounded by a massive fire. At least the fairies inside should be safe. The town's ramparts ought to keep the fire out. Yeah. We'll have to move the fairies onto the storm border all at once, since there won't be time to guide them one at a time. So Ritsuka, I'd like you and Mash to head there ahead of us and let them know we're coming. I'll send the shadow border down to the surface as soon as we arrive in Manchester's airspace. It'll land automatically, but you'll still need a driver to get there. Can you do that, Mounier? Sure thing. Guess I'm the only one who can, since Chubby's gotta stay here as the commander. I'm impressed you accepted so readily, Mounier. But I suppose you are the border's longest-serving pilot. Oh, well, yeah, pretty much. He looks so proud. Besides, I've had it pretty easy up until now. Great. Okay, I'm counting on you guys to round everyone up and fill them in. Will do. Just be ready to welcome them aboard. I don't think things are gonna go as easily as we're hoping. I feel like a paratrooper. Da Vinci thought up an autopilot mode for everything. Scanning for hostile entities. Good, no more's nearby. Outside temperature is 1,000 degrees Celsius. Oh! I guess the Stormboarder or Shadowboarder must have heat protection, huh? Because I don't know how we're not being turned into, like, baked, boiled... What's something you boil? I mean, I guess you technically boil anything, but what's something you would normally boil? I guess Yeah, no, I guess pasta works, because at that temperatures we would just... get all soft and squishy and eventually fade away if we're boiled long enough, I guess. Eggs? I feel like eggs isn't a good metaphor to use for humans, though. Frog? Yeah, frogs, I guess. I've never eaten frog. Do you boil frog when you eat it? I don't know the proper way of cooking frog. For idioms, not for food. Yeah, fair enough. That's like running around inside a forest fire. Make sure your mystic code's on good and secure, Ritsuka. Alright, full speed ahead to Manchester. Let's go! Mounier, why you gooing? Why you gooing? Open the hatch. We're heading out. Is Mounier gonna be okay? Cause won't all the heat come flooding in? When he opens it? Does he have a mystic code? Huh? Mounier, the hatch is still locked. We need you too. I'm sorry, I can't. You can't go out there now. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? You guys said Manchester was supposed to be this quaint, idyllic town, right? So what the hell am I looking at? What are you talking about? Ash, look at the monitor. What? Oh! Did Bargy kill all of her own people? What are those? They're corpses. A goddamn mountain of corpses. And not just fairies, humans too. And they didn't die in the fire. The human corpses are all torn apart. It looks like by fangs. And the fairies were hacked to bits with swords. Oh, which means... the humans were eaten alive. Help, help, she's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. Oh, what was her name again? Something's wrong with Lady Barghest. I don't want to die. She said we will survive. She said Caldia would keep us safe even if the Great Calamity struck here. No, I don't want to die anymore. I hate fire. I hate nights. Help, help, save me, Oberon. I don't want to be born just to be killed all over again. Oh! I still hate the giant shoulder spikes. Barghest? That's Barghest? She doesn't look like anything like how you described her in your reports. Did she do this to Manchester? I've got to get out there. Ritsuka, get back here, you idiot. No. She's our friend. Barghest, tell us what happened here. Caldia, you're here. Just like you promised. But you can't be here. Leave. Go away. You need to escape. Britain's ferries are. It's all my fault. I should have known better. Master Quake, get back inside the shadow border. It's not safe out here. Dear God, she just kicked to the border like it was a goddamn football. Get the border out of here, Mounier. That's the magical energy eater Da Vinci wrote about in her reports. She's sucking up Senpai's life force. I'm trying, but the steering wheel's not. Huh? Hang on. She's going away on her own. Guess she's not too interested in us. I think that kick was to say, get out of here. She's headed outside the city. I think towards Gloucester. And she's not alone. There's a bunch of black dog-like creatures following her. She's got them all lined up in a procession. It's like watching some twisted real-life Pied Piper of Hamelin. Is that the Black Calamity? Oh. So she's both the red and black Calamity? I thought they were two separate things. Or maybe it's like the fire is the red and the black dogs are the Black Calamity, I guess. I guess that makes sense. But they both originated from her, so I mean, that's still... I've got the shadow border safely stowed away. Are you guys ready to head to the pit now? Yes! Yes, Manchester has been completely destroyed. Given what's become of Barghest and the fact that she's now leading a procession of black dogs, I believe it would be best to refer to her as the Calamity of the Beast from here on. Regardless, though we could take her on now, I agree that we should make our way towards the pit first. Oh, we never ended up meeting Adonis. That's unfortunate. I trust there are no objections. Sure. Hey, come on. Just because it's true doesn't mean you gotta be so blunt about it. She might have been our enemy, but Barghest was one of the few fairies in Fairy Britain who... It's okay. I'm not sure why Barghest slaughtered all of Manchester, but whatever the reason, it's no surprise. She became a Moors after doing something so horrific. I have no problem calling her a calamity now. Okay, if you're sure. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay, Artoria? In any case, we will have to fight Barghest eventually, since she's the source of the fire spreading all over Britain. The walled cities are still holding out, but the fire has completely devastated the forests and plains. It also looks like the smoke from the fire is gathering in the sky and forming thunderclouds. She's consuming the lightning they generate as her primary food source. Oh, we're just eating lightning. Okay, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, sure. Her magical energy grows with every step she takes. We're gonna have to stop her before she becomes a literally unstoppable monster. Ideally, yeah. Even so, we need to check on the pit first. There's both a red calamity and a black calamity, right? We can't go to war until we know the enemy's strength. Luckily, the calamity of the beast is still moving slowly. She seems to be headed towards Oxford right now, but at this pace, it'll take her a good 4 to 5 hours to get there. And that should give us enough time to come up with a plan of attack. Got that, Artoria? Ritsuka?
Do we really have to defeat her? Is there no other way?
No, there isn't. There's no getting the old Barghest back now. I hate to admit it, but I only now figured out why she was gifted her name. It was to prevent her from becoming... that. But now because I had defeated Gawain, there was nothing to stop it anymore. The Black Dogs. The curse the Moors King put on the Finkland. Maybe Barghest always knew she was going to become a calamity. From the day she was born. That must be why she was so hard on herself. Why she strived to be a model knight. Gah! What is that? What is that? No gods, it's gross. I don't want to look at it anymore.
Look at what?
Stop that lookout. What are you talking about? Ah, you can see the pit, can't you? Save the whining for later and put it up on the monitor. Now. Our primary objective is to acquire the Sacred Lance at Camelot, whether we can use it or not. So we need to get a handle on what's going on at the pit as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Putting it up on the monitor now. He's here.
What is that? Oh, you... yeah. We all know.
That black mist seeping from the pit's actually severe, multi-layered curse contamination. Whenever you do, don't touch it. It'll make you go insane and rot your whole body. Although, whoa, this is amazing. The inside of the pit's almost like a whole other dimension. Every signal I fire at it just disappears. It's basically a cursed, bottomless pit. No, never mind the pit itself for now. That's the real problem. What are you doing, data collection? Get to work already. I'm trying, but I can't. I can't get a read on its magical energy, or its spirit origin. I'm not even getting any real numbers for its mass or volume. Even when I compare it against the pit itself, just the part we're seeing here is showing up as over 2 kilometers long. Whatever it is, it's impossibly big. There was no other creature like this, not even in the deepest ocean trenches.
Long boy?
Grima, is that the same god that was present during Britain's genesis?
Yep, that's Cernunnos, the beast god. In Celtic mythology, it's the king of beasts, and the one who knows it's hell itself. Here, it's the being responsible for Britain's creation. That thing's why the old god of wisdom chose me to come here as his vessel. That said, he didn't mention how much it's changed. If this is his idea of a joke, I ain't laughing. That thing's way too big for anyone, human or fairy, to do something about. Then what do we do? Oh, he big. He real big. Oh. That's the creature from the mural. I mean, yeah, yeah. Is this really happening? Please tell me it's just a bad dream. Oh, please. I got Beast Tiamat over this thing every day of the week. Zeus, I can understand. He was a machine, at least. Ivan the Terrible might have been a massive mammoth, but that made sense for the frigid tundra. But that's a living creature. There's no way any living creature could be that huge. And it's just standing there, right in front of Camelot. We can't possibly go in to collect Rongominia now. Or can we? What do you think, Administrative Advisor? Is there a chance we can get past that thing?
I hate to say this, Gordolf, but I simply do not know. We simply know far too little about that creature to say anything for certain at this point. I can say that even viewing it through the monitor is enough to give me palpitations. That creature's pure concentrated curse. In fact, I dare say there's never been a maledict god more powerful. It would be suicide to set foot in Camelot right now. And yet, I suspect that creature is precisely why Queen Morgan prepared the sacred lances. Take a look at where she kept them. Then Queen Morgan was preparing a means to defeat that thing. She had a plan to protect Britain all along.
Then we should go to Camelot, the sooner the better. Yeah, try to figure out how to fire those things. Maybe. I agree. Besides, the big guy hasn't so much as budged. Maybe he's just there, existing, and that's what he does. Plus, servants ought to be able to withstand some degree of curse. Yeah, I guess. Also, aren't you literally, like, designed for killing gods with one of the things you're mixed into you? One of the people? So, shouldn't you be able to handle that thing on your own? Maybe? You did cut Atlas in half in one fell swoop. So, I mean... maybe? So I say we do what Ritsuka says and head down to Camelot's throne room now before...
we can't. It's too late. It's all too late.
What? Oh! Looks like a hand! That haze looks like... oh. Right, yeah.
It's the same as the calamity we saw in Norwick. Then that must mean it was...
yes, that calamity was just Keranos' hand. One of many. Never mind that now. That hand thing is creeping up the wall towards Camelot. Oh! No way. It's destroying the castle. You know, for all her wisdom, she couldn't set up some sort of, like, auto-firing system. Like, no auto detection of if Keranos is on the move for the Rongominiads to fire. Shaking my head. I can't believe she didn't set up auto tracking.
Our magical energy gauge is going haywire. The curse contamination emanating from the pit just skyrocketed.
It's currently at 640 million tons and still rising.
It's a humongous tsunami of a curse, big enough to cover all of Britain.
I don't know why I started yawning a bunch all of a sudden like a couple minutes ago. I don't know why, I can't help it. That thing has a lot of hands. I know she said one of many, but I didn't expect that many hands.
Hard to port, 180 degrees. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of this airspace now. If that stuff swallows up the border, we're done for. Don't let even one of its fingers so much as graze us.
I don't know if you have a choice in that matter. Oh. Oh damn, budget! Maybe flying straight through it's not the greatest idea.
It's no use. I'm giving it all we've got. But we're not getting any more altitude. Cananos must have 100, 200. God, I can't even count how many hands it's got. And they're everywhere you look. You can't avoid them all, let alone get away from them. Damn it. Da Vinci, what about the Shadow Border? It won't work. Even if we could get everyone on board in time, there's nowhere to run with the ground covered in curses. There's no way out of this. I think this might be it for us.
Oh, you gave up really easily.
Contact in 7, 6, 5. Goodbye, everyone. It's been swell knowing you.
What? Oh. What the hell's that?
We have visibility again. Those icky things are gone. Our engine output's back where it should be too. We can get out of here, no problem now.
Oh good, that makes all the trouble I went to worth it. Now do you all see why NFF Services guaranteed safety protection's the best in the business? Kilyansky, you little rascal, you. So that was like her true form saving us? Her true like beast form?
That voice. That honeyed, ice-cold, dangerously alluring, witchy voice. That can only be...
Tamamo Vichkoyanskia?
Lady Murian.
Oh, we're just cutting over to the... Okay. Did you leave the lights off again?
Oh, you're going to ruin your eyes like this.
I just got back from the coronation. I'm sure you've already heard how it turned out, but...
Bloodstains? Murian? Oh, Koyanskaya. Welcome back. I'm glad you're here. I still hadn't said a proper goodbye.
Oh.
Oh, perfect. I actually came here to say goodbye myself.
I imagine she's just holding her like a baby.
Thank you so much for all your help with fundraising and product distribution in Gloucester. Moors may be the only new creatures I managed to acquire here in Britain. But I still enjoyed some lovely days off thanks to your generosity. I promise to repay this favor one day. As soon as I've finished making my primate zoo, you'll be the first to receive an invitation. That sounds great. But I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's going on anymore. It feels like I'm still dreaming. And once I wake up... You're worried you'll forget everything. Not to worry. I'm the beast of taming. Unlike humans, I never forget my debts. Thank you for calling me your friend, my eccentric little princess. It would be an honor to purchase your joy.
To purchase your joy and grief from my catalog.
I would never sell them, of course. I'm quite fond of you. I see. Then do you think you could pay me for them now? I was an idiot. I couldn't keep my anger, my hatred in check. I'm responsible for this. I should have realized who the true enemy was. But instead I was used and manipulated. Right to the end. So at the very least... You'd like to get your revenge? You just leave that to me. I'll follow these bloodstains and find whoever... No. I want you to at least... protect Britain. We fairies may be fated to die out. We can never atone for our sins. Even so, I still want you to protect Britain. To protect the land of the Fae. I don't want the Great Calamity to just wipe us all out on its own terms. I want us to reach our destination. Even if it's the end of the line. Can I ask this of you, Koyonskia? Even though you're all alone in this world, just like me.
Oh, Marianne. I guess she's getting serious.
Protect Britain in the true sense of the word, Alright, I'll do it. If you're looking for me to protect rather than destroy, it's obvious what needs protecting. Rest assured, NFF Services has the situation well in hand. I'll make sure the ones who can make the real villain's life hardest stay safe and sound.
Koyonskia actually got attached to her, huh? I mean, you could already kind of tell with how soft she was with her at times. And how sad she was seeing how she acted with the Fang Clan in her little, bug trap. Like, Marian, but... to think she was capable of emotion that deep.
Ah, that's Koyonskia's beast form. Marines, can you put that up on the monitor? It's no use, the cameras are being jammed. And our sonar is not working either. Gah!
You keep those annoying pulses off of me, won't you? They're messing with my concentration.
Sonar jamming, eh? As with Limbo, it's only a matter of time until we'll need to settle things with Koyonskia.
Sure. I was hoping to collect some data that would be... that would help us eventually subdue her, along with some inspiration from my deductions.
Well, are you going to escape or not? This emergency evacuation service expires soon. If you need my services again, it's going to cost you dearly.
Right. Get us out of here double quick. I certainly don't want to be stuck with a preposterous bill. But we'll pay you in full for this service eventually. You can count on that as surely as you can count the bruises we left you with after our battle in Olympus. Oh, in case it wasn't clear, that was a reference to the fact that we trounced you during the... Shut the fuck up, Gordy!
Crap, we just lost some power to the engines again.
Can it, Chubbs? You're messing up her motivation.
No, it's not that. Pressure's building up on the ground again. It looks like even Koyonskia could only hold it off for so long. Munye, get us out of here. Whatever you have to do, do it.
I don't care if you have to ruin one of the Triton engines.
Make it happen. Aye, aye, sir. I'll apologize to Engineer later.
Cuts to Engineer. Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was gonna cut to Engineer like, you sons of bitches! Banging on the engine.
And that's as far as the friend discount goes. The rest is up to you, Caldia. As for me, I think it's time I returned to my headquarters. So this is Scarnonos' curse.
easy to mistake it for a weapon capable of destroying the world.
Good. But this curse isn't meant for enemies from the outside. It's for cursing your own kind. And your curse and yourself. A curse of self-destruction. The only way I could defend their ship from it was to absorb it myself. What a sorry state of affairs this turned out to be.
Ah, you'll be fine. You're made from tougher stuff than that. And so the Chaldean's ship barely managed to escape from central Britain. Barghest, now transformed into an enormous calamity of the beast, continued wreaking havoc in other cities. Having crawled out from the pit, Kernunos continued exuding seemingly endless curses. The fairy villages that dotted Britain's forests burned to the ground, which itself began to crack and fall apart under the strain. 2 hours have passed since the Stormborder first set out with the goal of saving Britain. They couldn't save anything. The residents of Norwich came to blows over who would escape on the 2 ocean liners, eventually devolving into murderous mobs of fairies and humans. In a barbershop on Main Street, a kind young human man comforted a fairy woman who had succumbed to panic. Yeah. The guy whose fairy wife kept plucking out her own eyeballs every day. Right. The residents of Oxford, who had moved there with the hope of becoming the next privileged class, were destroyed when they were unable to fend off a Moor's attack. Without the Fang clan there to protect them, they were utterly powerless. Although Salisbury managed to defend itself by keeping its gates closed, it was coming to an even more gruesome end than any of the other cities. Londinium continued to burn in silence. The few remaining Round Table Army soldiers welcomed the fairies who fled there, and did their best to fight off the Moors. Though in truth, the Round Table Army soldiers were already badly injured, and no longer able to fight. So the fairies who sought refuge there summoned up the last of their courage, and defended the soldiers for as long as they were able. The residents of Gloucester disappeared relatively painlessly, one at a time. A young girl who had been freed from the Western Ranch some time before made the journey back to Gloucester, after a series of trials and tribulations. She braved her way through the flames to rescue her former master, a failure of a fairy who had been helpless without her. After a tearful reunion, the girl and fairy joined hands, before being swallowed up by fissure in the ground. Man.
This is horrible. All of Britain's beauty gone.
Indeed, Miss Kirillite. Once the other spelt trees of emptiness were gone, they disappeared as well, but their inhabitants were none the wiser. This is nothing like that. Britain is experiencing a true apocalypse. Even if there was some reason that the land of the Fae had to meet such a dreadful end, I shall never be able to forgive the architects of this cataclysm. Yes, well, I understand why you'd be so heartbroken by this, Kirillite. And you have every right to be angry, Holmes. But we still need to do something about it, yes? If left unchecked, that haze seeping out of the pit is going to cover the entire planet, right? Isn't there something we can do to seal the pit?
No, there isn't. We can't even get close to the in the Stormborder anymore. The 12 Rongominiads were our last hope, and they've all been destroyed along with Camelot. There's nothing we can do to stop the collapse Trismegistus 2 predicted anymore.
I'm afraid she's right. Britain's destruction is inevitable now. And from there, that destruction will spread across the rest of the globe until proper human history, the lost belts, and everything else is swallowed up by darkness. We're giving up rather easily. ... Hey, now there's still hope. I'd hold out for at least another hour before giving up. Sure, the fairy's sins have been accumulating for 14,000 years. Sure, we're now faced with both the calamities the prophecy predicted and the corpse of a god that just popped out of the pit. There's nothing proper human history can do about any of that. But all that stuff is also cosmic fantasy, only made possible by the situation. The British lost belt became its own proper human history by virtue of turning into a singularity. That is, a distortion in history. In other words, repairing that singularity will restore history, resulting in the land of the Fae never having existed. Okay, who are you and how do you propose we do that? And isn't that Chaldea's specialty? That's the same voice I heard in my dream before coming here.
Yes, I recognize it too. I know it anywhere.
Merlin? Merlin! This that boy! Hey everyone! Merlin, the Mage of Flowers, is here at last. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. About damn time. Now come on, cheer up. It's not like you all to give up so easily. In fact, the real battle here in Britain's just about to begin. All right. About damn time Merlin showed up. It ain't a sort of semi-Arthurian related thing without Merlin. Time of creation. I don't want to leave it off with just having met back up with Merlin. How long are these two nodes? Just out of curiosity. If this section will take more than an hour, then I'll probably stop here. But if this will take like 40 minutes, I kind of want to do this now. I feel like it's probably not that long.
夏の風物詩
Probably.
いらっしゃいマスター君カタログ先輩
I don't know, we'll see. Worst comes to worst, if this first dialogue node takes forever, then I just won't do the second node. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. Ideally, I like to get it all. Now then, I believe greetings are in order. Good day, Chaldeans. I'm the amazing Merlin the Great. I've actually been free for some time now, ever since Morgan was killed and her garden disappeared. Oh! Sorry for getting here so late. I needed some extra time to get everything ready. Fo-fo! Is that you, Cathpalug? No fair staying behind in Chaldea without me. I'm sorry, Merlin. That was just Senpai's faux impression. Is that a thing in Chaldea now? Who said that could be a thing? Okay, so I'm mildly confused. Is this not the lost belt? Because he said he was trapped in Morgan's garden, right? But he also seems to know about us and Chaldea and everything. So, who said that could be a thing? Yeah, but what his omniscience... I mean, I guess if he's on the reverse side of the world, right? Assuming that's... Yeah, that's where Avalon is. I guess, technically... I mean, he could see inside the singularities, right? So I guess there's really no reason he couldn't see inside law... And this is a singularity. You know what? Yeah, no, makes sense, honestly. You know what? After thinking about it and everything we know about Merlin, you know, it makes sense. I was still stuck on this being like a Lost Bell alternate history, but yeah, no, it's a singularity now, so I guess if that's the case, then he would be able to see into here, I guess. Actually, maybe he's been able to see into the other Lost Belts too. Oh. Whoops, sorry about that. I'm still a little shaky. I'm not exaggerating when I say this feels like a waking dream for me. You see, I'm not actually there with you. What you're seeing right now is an illusion. That also means I can only hear your voices. I can't see what either you or Mash look like right now, Ritsuka. So I'm afraid our joyful reunion will have to wait a little longer. But don't worry, I'll get to see your grown-up faces in just a few hours. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to Avalon, making sure I look nice and respectable. Merlin? You're Merlin? That's me. Is it the Child of Prophecy speaking? Sorry to surprise you like this. I know we have a lot to catch up on, but I'm afraid our private conversation will have to wait until things are somewhat less... intense. Fair. Let's see, I believe Mr. Gordolf is Chaldea's current commander, yes? Is he there now too?
Yes, I mean I am. This is Gordolf Music, speaking. So you're Merlin, are you? I won't bother asking why you're just showing up now. You're right that we have more pressing matters than you barging in.
I guess maybe Morgan set it up so like if he tried to interfere from Avalon, it would just spit him out inside a garden. One of her little diorama things, like what? Bavan she trapped us in? Maybe, I don't know.
What I want to know is what you meant when you said there's still hope.
Ah, nice. You pack a lot of bluster into that voice. It seems you're pretty much the exact opposite of the prior acting commander. But I digress. When I said there's still hope, I meant there is still a way to stop this collapse. Let me cut to the chase. I would like you to send the Fairy of Paradise back here right away. Artoria, you've been hearing Avalon calling to you ever since you finished ringing the bells, right? It's time for you to fulfill your duty as the Fairy of Paradise. Once you have, it'll be possible to erase the singularity and defeat Kernanos.
not qualified to...
Qualifications, small schmalifications. None of that matters. Karanos is cursed will weaken once the Fairy of Paradise, who rang the bells of pilgrimage, returns to paradise. Won't get rid of it entirely, but it'll stop it from getting stronger. Okay. The god of wisdom who pawned this power off on me confirmed as much. He might be from a different mythology, but he knows what he's talking about here. Isn't that right, Ambrosius? My job is to get Artoria to paradise, by hook or by crook. As long as she's ringing the bells of pilgrimage, it doesn't even matter if she's still alive. Cool.
Right. Of course. I should have known that's how this would go.
Greemer? Why would you say something like that?
So, I've actually kind of known about it all along? I could see that's why Greemer was here the whole time, too. That's expressly for the worst case scenario, Greemer. We're nowhere near that point now. She's in the best possible condition right now. I can't see it, but I can sense it. I have no doubt that the Fairy of Paradise, the Avalon Fae, will fulfill her duty of her own volition. Even if someone convinces her this is ridiculous. And we should all just give up and enjoy the time we have left. Besides, you all have no choice but to come to Avalon. Oh, do we? There's a spirit cavern that leads to the planet's inner sea from the corpse of Albion.
Albion. The border dragon that sank into the dark bog.
Now that Britain's begun to collapse, that path should be open again. All you need to do is go spelunking for 1 hour. Oh. That said, we're still talking about the largest holy ground in the Magecraft world. It won't let just anyone in. But it should open for Ritsuka as a representative of humanity, Mash as a Knight of the Round Table, the Fairy of Paradise, and I guess there's room for her attendant, Muramasa, as well. I wonder if, because Avalon opened for at least one version of Shiro, if because Muramasa is using Shiro's body as a pseudo-servant, or as like his vessel, if that's why he's able to slip in, maybe? No, that's probably not the case. And I guess there's room for her attendant Muramasa as well. The rest of you will have to wait there until they get back. That's gonna be my headcanon though, is because he's using Shiro's body as a vessel. That's why Muramasa can tag along. To be fair, Merlin would know. Yeah, that's why I was like wondering about why this Merlin, assuming it's the same Merlin, knew about us, because like, can he see the present of all timelines? I thought he could only see the present of like his time, of like each individual Merlin's timeline, but it seems like he can see all of them. Just the present of all the timelines. I don't know. Well, Godolph, what would you have us do?
What else can we possibly do? Captain, Set a course for the Dark Bog at once. That was in the Lake District, right? Do you know the coordinates, technical advisor?
I sure do. That part won't be a problem. Yeah, I said that the other day, but they were trying to convince me that it wasn't implied that Merlin did it, just that he didn't disapprove of it. Or something. I was like, because didn't Merlin like help Shiro get there? But then people were trying to convince me no. That wasn't the case. But I could have sworn from last episode it was pretty heavily implied that Merlin helped get Shiro there. Merlin's the one who explains the logic doesn't mean Merlin created the loophole. I don't know. Maybe not, I don't know. Now I kind of want to go reread last episode and see word for word what's said. Because I could have sworn it was very, I don't know, implied that he had a hand in helping Shiro get there, but I don't know. I sure do. That part won't be a problem. Like, maybe it isn't said in, like, point blank period, but it definitely felt like an implication with what was said. I strongly remember getting that impression. But apparently the only ones who can enter this spirit cavern are the 4 Merlin specified. That's not a lot of fighters for a trip as potentially dangerous as this. And that's not even mentioning how much I wanted to see this for myself. But it looks like we don't have any other choice but to send them off and trust things will work out. Are you ready to go, Ritsuka? Yeah, but what about Artoria? You alright? I think I'll be fine. Besides, I would just end up fighting with Greamer if I said no. And you know, thinking about it some more, I'm actually kind of excited. This will be my first time. This will basically be my first time visiting home. Understood. I'll update our strategy to include Merlin's instructions. Ritsuka, Mash, Artoria, Senji Muramasa. You 4 make your way through the Spirit Cavern and head for the planets in the sea, the Paradise of Avalon. The Storm Border will remain on station above the Lake District. Captain Nemo and Da Vinci will focus on piloting the border. If anything should try to attack us, Screamer and I will fend them off. Wait, please. Considering that Garden of Avalon portrays Merlin kicking out foe, which so far only ties to FGO, and reacting to Artoria's Fate Root conclusion, the pre-last episode one. I guess Avalon, Merlin's multiversal. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because, yeah, I mean, I guess technically the reverse side of the world where Avalon is technically outside the main flow of time, technically? So he'd be able to look out into any... I guess. Oh. Wait, please. This is all new and unfamiliar to me. So I doubt they'll be of much help. But Britain's my home. It's only right that I should take part in any battles that we may face. Huh? Absolutely not. If anything, you should be resting right now. You're in no shape to be fighting anymore, right? Your only job now is to get the treatment you need and recuperate until you're back to your old self. That's an order from the Child of Prophecy, got it? If you even think about defying me on this, I'll completely abandon my duty. Is that clear?
He's like, oh shit. Oh goddamn.
Yes, child of prophecy. I'll follow your orders.
I have to say though, I never thought I'd see the day you got seriously mad at me. You've always been one to keep your feelings in check and not make a fuss. True, Artoria's great at pretending to be a model student.
You think?
I thought I've always been pretty open and forthcoming with my feelings personally. I don't know about that. Sure, whenever you're just turning your brain off and doing something stupid. The rest of the time, you pretended to be a big old nervous Nelly.
What do you mean?
I've never done anything stupid. And what's a nervous Nelly anyway, Muramasa? Just a phrase from proper human history, don't worry about it. Oh, damn, that was okay. That was a quick one. Alright. Time to spelunk into the hole of Avalon. Avalon's hole. Wait, but... I guess it's kind of weird to say, given that another name for Artoria Caster is Avalon the Fae. So that's basically like implying we're spelunking in Artoria's... You know what? Never mind. Don't worry about it. Like we discussed earlier, I will be standing by in the storm border in Lake District airspace. We expect the operation to take about 3 hours. That's all the time the ship, no, Britain, has left. We have no way of knowing what will happen in the Spirit Cavern. So please try to be as careful as you possibly can, Ritsuka. Aye aye, Captain. Entering Spirit Cavern inside Albion now. I don't like the idea of, like, walking into, like, a dead body of a dragon, but... You know, gotta do what we gotta do, I guess.
That felt different from the water mirror that sent me to the past in Norwick. Does this mean we're inside Albion's Spirit Cavern now? Can we still contact Chaldea? No, we can't. We're cut off now, just as Da Vinci predicted. Gathering coordinate data now. 10, 20, 40, 80, 80? Master, you're not going to believe this, but it looks like we're 80 kilometers below ground now. Oh. I guess the entrance of it is like a teleporter of sorts. Damn, that's even deeper than the pit. A lot deeper. Are we even sure this is underground? It's completely pitch dark and it doesn't even feel like I'm standing on anything. Ah, you're not wrong. This world is in a whole other layer. Another dimension, to put it simply. You were just able to bypass all the ground in the way thanks to Albion. Thanks, Albion? But be warned that it goes much deeper. In proper human history, the 80-kilometer mark is where Albion gave up the ghost. But in this lost belt, Albion managed to make a route all the way to Avalon. Oh. Unfortunately, the path wasn't wide enough for Albion to get through, so they still died on the surface. You mean there's a spirit cavern like this in proper human history too? Yeah? That's right. Though over there it's known as the Spiritual Tomb. In proper human history, the Spiritual Tomb of Albion ends at the 80-kilometer mark. Beyond that is a world known as the Fairy Realm, which no human can enter. But since the British Lost Belt is all this world's Fairy Realm, there are no such restrictions here. So we can keep going down as far as we like. In real-world distance, you're starting at the 400-kilometer mark, And going further down to the Beyond D layer, 2,700 kilometers away. And that is where you'll find your destination, the planet's inner sea.
Wait, so we're 80 kilometers below ground now, and our destination is 2,700 kilometers below ground? How the hell can we cover that kind of distance?
Simple. You take a shortcut.
Oh, okay, yeah! When I said it would take an hour, I wasn't basing that on how fast you travel. I mean, that's how long it would take. Period.
Oh. I'll use a series of transit time reduction spells to bring you all to your destination.
Okay. Anyway, this must be pretty dull for you. How about we turn on the lights? Oh. Whoa, it's a cave now. So what do you think? Doesn't this feel more like a cavern? I guess. Why do you look like Foe? Now go on, keep moving. The transit time reduction I mentioned is kicking in with every step you take. This place is Earth's memory. Well, more like a space made of pure information, really. The idea is to get past all the vague, hazy memories and get you straight to your destination.
That should be a huge help, but,
is that Merlin? Third time she's asked. So, finally showing us what you really look like? No. Is something wrong? Oh, I see. Struck dumb by my glory. I get it. Sure. Very well then. Heap your praise upon me. You can even worship me if you like, Muramasa. It's been a long time since I've shown up after all. I need to leave as strong an impression as possible given the short time I have. Let's just... Nah, this is hilarious. Good point, we probably shouldn't pry too deeply into this. More importantly,
Senpai, that mural over there.
I think it was called the Abyssal Worm?
Oh, are you seeing the priestess's memories, projected there? Perfect. I'll take the hour you'll be traveling to tell you how this all began. This is the story of the British Lost Belt's genesis, and of what precisely the Fairy of Paradise's mission entails.
Okay. Sounds good. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far back as time can go, 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant, fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the fairies, or one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The 6 fairies and the god soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was somewhere to go and nothing to do. But the god made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. So the 6 fairies offered the god their joy, and they offered the god their wish. Then they offered the god himself. And so the fairy's wish was granted. Then after their rejoicing ended, they tricked the god into drinking poisoned wine and he died. Oh yeah, if I was Cernunnos, I'd be pretty pissed too. I wouldn't be very happy with the people I thought were friends who then poisoned me. Yeah, I would be pretty irate as well. And so the fairies acquired the god's body. They made the body into land on which they could live. They were grateful too to be able to make use of the crying, screaming animal the dead god left behind. She was their only human, but one simply wasn't enough. So being very careful not to kill her, they cut her to pieces. They cast a spell on her to make sure she wouldn't die no matter what they did, and used every last piece of her. Oh. So... Because yeah, they did mention before that after Da Vinci like analyzed a bunch of humans from here, that they all were basically like essentially clones of one person. So they used the like itty bits of flesh to grow new humans from. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. Thus did the great mistake begin. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. There you have it. You may have heard it before, but that's the story of Britain's creation. Any questions? That's not how I remember it. Is that why? Indeed, the first 6 fairies, the progenitors of the 6 clans, killed Cernunnos. The pit you saw on the surface is Cernunnos' grave, and the curse spilling out of it, even as we speak, is his rage. But why would the fairies do such a thing? He was in their way. This all happened 14,000 years ago. When the 6 fairies came out from paradise and onto the surface, Earth was already covered in a sea of nothingness. The one who ended up helping the 6 stranded fairies was a Celtic beast god, who had come up to the surface just like they had. A god who would later come to be known as Cernunnos. Cernunnos and his priestess, the lone human who had managed to survive, just like the fairies had, both did their best to protect the fairies. At first, the fairies were grateful for their help. But the Sea of Nothingness never changed. No matter how much time passed, no land appeared. The fairies blamed Cernunnos for that. They thought he just wasn't strong enough. Fucking fairies. What's more, they didn't particularly like his priestess. She was constantly telling them to sort themselves out and consider the consequences of their actions. Eventually, the fairies couldn't take it anymore and decided to deal with Cernunnos. Permanently. they figured that since they didn't have any land to stand on, they could find a substitute. Right. Yeah, of course. And since Carnanos was so big, they thought his body could serve just fine as a small island. But of course, Carnanos was a god. They couldn't kill him easily, so they came up with a plan and held a festival. They told Carnanos they were holding the festival in his honor to worship him, and held a banquet with lots of wine. Carnanos was delighted that he was being celebrated for Where were they setting the wine down at if they had no land? And how'd they even create wine? Hang on! Wait a minute! If there's no land... Sacraments? Maybe. But like... Yeah, no, I guess they can use magical energy to do anything, huh? So I guess it's not out of the question they could just spawn wine, I suppose. Carnanos was delighted that he was being celebrated for being the fairies' first official god. He probably figured they were trying to change their thoughtless ways. Yeah, fat chance of that. And so against his priestess's wishes, Carnanos attended the banquet and was poisoned to death when he drank their wine. Some rejoicing that turned out to be. What about the priestess? What happened to her? Didn't we already... Here. Okay. The fairies used her as the foundation. No, the base ingredient for the humans that came later. Truth is, every human in the British Lost Belt's an inferior copy of the priestess, who was killed during Britain's genesis. At any rate, as A-Ray, the 6 fairies went on to create their own stone and forest children and grow their clans. As time passed, they transformed more and more of Carnanos' body into land. But after 100 years, things stopped going quite so well for the fairies. Their children kept dying, turning into fallen trees adrift on the sea. New generations kept being born, so the number of fairies never decreased. And thanks to the humans who'd been copied from the priestess's cells, Britain slowly developed into a civilization. With civilization came new societal roles. The fairies made new types of fairies, and their forests flourished like never before. But they also kept dying for no reason whatsoever. Eventually, the 6 progenitor fairies realized Carnanos' rage was the cause. Yeah. Even though Carnanos' soul was gone, his body wasn't completely dead. In fact, his heart alone still burned with the fire they used to cremate him. Even in his death, Carnanos' body continued to smolder with anger and curses. He could very well have come back to life at any time. The fairies were so shocked by this that they fled Carnanos' body. Fortunately, this was right around the time their children's corpses were starting to form new ground. And fairy corpses are essentially made from the same stuff as the planet itself. The fallen trees became earth and stone and quickly filled in the sea, almost as if they were trying to cover up the fairies' sins. That's how this Lost Belt began. That's why this Isle of Britain uses fairy corpses to grow and expand. After several thousand years, the fairies had acquired their very own Britain. But all the while, Carnanos' body was still there. A divine grave that would let no ocean-filling fallen tree near it. An indelible reminder of the fairies' sin. A reminder that rejected their corpses. Eventually, the fallen trees blocked off the ocean's water for good, and Cernunnos' body was left behind at the bottom of the sea. That is the true nature of the pit. It's not actually a pit. It's the remains of a patch of dried-up ocean.
An island made by killing a god. The fairies' original sin.
It wasn't just Cernunnos they killed, but the priestess who served him as well. No, she wasn't just killed. She was desecrated and used as a tool for all these 14,000 years. No wonder Cernunnos is so pissed. I doubt even killing every fairy in Britain would be enough to satisfy him. Although, why'd he come to the surface anyway? Isn't it kinda narrow-minded to curse the whole damn world just because you got killed? Especially after you went out of your way to get involved with the fairies?
That's probably because Cernunnos was an envoy of paradise, sent to reprimand the fairies. That was the whole reason he came here. To punish them.
But he ended up... Yeah. I mean, didn't... I mean, it's obviously referring to Altera and Velber, or whatever it was called. I thought I already said that like ages ago, like way back when we saw the mural in Londinium. I could have sworn I said it back then. Did it not? I could have sworn I said, or I think I was like being cheeky about it, like, oh, 14,000 years ago, huh? That's weird. I don't think I actually, yeah, I don't think I specifically called out Altera and Velber, but yeah, I did. I felt like I heavily implied it with the 14,000 years, huh? At least that's how I remember that scene going. But yeah, no, it's clearly, yeah.
I don't think his heart was in it, though. Like this mural shows, Cernunnos was a very kind god by nature. But the fairies might have found him terrifying simply because he existed.
Well, I mean, it was also brought up in Olympus, too. So... Oh.
But the fairies might have found him terrifying simply because he existed.
Does that mean the reason the world became a sea of nothingness is...
That's right. That's the point where this lost belt diverged from proper human history. And its greatest mistake. You see, 14,000 years ago was the greatest turning point for all of humanity. Maybe you heard something about the planetary envoy that almost destroyed Earth's past ancient civilization back in Olympus.
Indeed.
Yes we did. It was a white civilization-destroying giant named Sephar.
Oh, Sephar. Right. I forgot that was her... what they called her when she was a giant. Like when she was the White Titan. But yeah. Altera, Sephar, same thing. doesn't really change anything.
Civilization-destroying giant named Sephar.
Or Sephar.
Who fell from a shooting star. Sephar wiped out countless pantheons and almost destroyed every civilization on Earth. In the end, it was humans who managed to defeat it, not gods. I heard they did so using divine constructs. Weapons made in the planet's inner sea meant to combat planetary threats. I also heard that the sacred sword Excalibur was the greatest such weapon, and that it was... that it was created in Britain.
And it wasn't created there, and so everything was destroyed.
That's right. I just realized that nobody here has ever mentioned it. The very idea of a sacred sword just doesn't exist in this version of Britain. So that must mean...
Well, they did have Erendite and Galatine here, right? Maybe? This have to be fake. They were just borrowing their names from the Round Table of Proper Human History. Yeah, I thought so, but yeah. Worth a shot. Besides, Bargas Galatine was her horn, and Melusine's Erendite was just crystallized magical energy. So yeah, it's pretty clear that no sacred sword was ever made in this Britain.
Ah, that's right. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you what happened as a result. In this what-if world, humanity never had the means to defeat Sepha. That's why they were wiped out. Sepha destroyed all the planet's landmasses, and took them for itself, leaving only a sea of nothingness with a few aquatic life forms. So why was the sacred sword never made? The reason for that is both exceedingly simple and unsurprising.
Its creators slacked off.
Oh!
The A-Ray, that is the 6 fairies who were supposed to forge it in the planet's inner sea, decided it would be okay to take a day off just this once, and went off to have fun. So they were worthless through and through, huh? they were just worthless pieces of fairy garbage. It was only once they noticed something had gone wrong with the world and went up to the surface that they realized the consequences of their choices. But they figured there was no changing the past and refused to accept that the world's destruction was their fault. So Cernunnos, the one god who had taken shelter in paradise to keep his priestess safe, was sent to reprimand them and make them atone for their sins. But then the fairies killed Cernunnos and his priestess, the last surviving human. At that point, they can no longer return to the planet's inner sea. Yeah. Only those free of sin may pass. Meaning only fairies without sin can go to paradise. It's the same for all of Britain's fairies, as they're all descended from those original 6. None of them can enter the planet's inner sea, and so they continued to suffer on that island of sin to atone. So a single lapse in judgment ended the world. Ah, that's right. It all started with the sacred sword never being made. Eventually, fairies chosen from the planet's inner sea were sent to the surface to correct this mistake. The first one was Vivienne, and the second one was you, Casta. Your mission is to have the 6 clans admit to their mistake. Interesting how he used the other name for her instead of Morgan. But, I mean, same person essentially, so it doesn't really matter. Or at least in one version of the myth. But as far as fate's concerned, yeah, they're the one and the same. Just find it interesting how he chose to use that one. And the second one was you, Casta. Your mission is to have the 6 clans admit to their mistake, and inherit the mystic needed to create the sacred sword. The bells of pilgrimage indicate that the clan heads have accepted their sins, and the fairy who rings all of them becomes the sacred sword itself. Oh. But as Morgan, Vivienne refused to do that. After all, once the sacred sword was made, the very premise on which this lost belt is built would cease to be. I'm sure you learned about this yourself when you rang the bell in Orkney, Casta.
And in spite of that, you continued on your path, defeated Morgan, and now you're here with Ritsuka. You must have had to face down so many doubts to come this far. In fact, you may never be entirely free of them. But even so, you're still here, which is why I believe you have what it takes to see this through to the end. Anyway, I know that was a lot of talking, but we're almost at our destination now. So, she's going to become Excalibur? Do I got that right? That's what it seems to be saying there. The convictions of the last dragon are waiting up ahead to see if you all are qualified to proceed. Only those free of sin may pass. That sin doesn't refer to the original sin you're born with, or the sins you've committed in your life thus far. It refers to what you're about to do, and what your hearts are resolved to now. It's your reason for living, your principle for existence and prosperity. The way to the land of hope that will only open for those who demonstrate true strength in these regards.
It's gone. Everything on the surface is gone. The sky, the sea, life. Everything I've ever seen. My records will never again grow in number. I'll never again know new joys. You who would choose the sacred sword's wielder. You who would chant the king's name. If you seek a new world, then leave all traces of the old behind. My name is... I am the last dragon, the one who chose to continue flying above the ground instead of returning to the inner sea. If you can overcome these tears, I will offer my heart to the Forger of Stars.
Okay.
I'm turning this off. Yeah. I don't know how hard this is gonna be, so for Castoria, at least, I'm gonna... or Castoria Zerker, that is. Give me... a Black Grail.
Just to be a little bit safe, you know?
Maybe I should have given Ibuki a good craft essence too, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Right? I mean, if they're blocking us to only 3 people, essentially, I'm sure it's not that hard. Oh!
みんなついてきて。
I like that.
Please tell me this is an actual outfit and not NPC locked.
It unlocks after. Oh, okay. I like this way better than her normal, but her normal third ascension. This is way cooler. But I'm also like a black and red kind of guy, so maybe I'm a little bit biased. Just a little bit. Hang on, what is attack or defense? Okay, or not all of them, just one. Okay. So each hit will give her at least one of those randomly. Okay. I'm gonna put the invincibility on for Zerker, just for this turn.
見よ、災いをここに。
I don't like that crit rate going
あ
up.
いた。
Yeah, keep going for the invincible one. Okay. Does this have... No. Okay.
合わせていこっか。やだ
Let's
な。
really pump her up.
よーし。情けないぞ。物語を語りましょう。旅立ちの誓い。
Yeah, if I ever get mellow, that
幾度羽は汚れ
that
て
red
も
fit
冬の
is
鳥は雨を越えて
probably what I'm gonna use at all times.
ホープウィルキャメ
Of
ロ
course,
ット。
again, that requires me to get mellow first, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Ooh. Okay, that kind of hurt. No, I'm not gonna stun you yet, unless she gives herself a charge up. I'm just gonna have to hope she doesn't.
そっか、行く。剣のマーチ。狂ったわ命中。童話ってこうだっけ？健やかにたくましく。あいた。
Ow!
言葉言う。
Why'd you have to go for her?
恐れよ。
Nah, this will still do more damage than a normal.
ならば、そうかそうか。
Actually, yeah.
うつしよととこよ。その境、もろくうつろなることを知るがいい。新旧草薙のタッチ。はあはあ。見よ、
Oh, so
災いをこ
close.
こに。
So close. It's fine. Alright, yeah. Yeah, this fight wasn't hard.
そうか。
I was slightly scared at first when I saw 800,000 HP, but yeah, ended up not being
今回はうまくいきました。
anything. Alright. Do we pass your test, Albion? I can hear the bells tolling. My heart may have stopped, but yours yet beats strong. Welcome home, Avalon LeFay. May the sound of hope echo into the future. Okay. Is that light from outside? It's light from the inner sea. That's right. That's the entrance to the planet's inner sea. This is the land of the young, Tirnanog. The eternal spring. This is the place many life forms have dreamed of finding. Welcome to an Avalon whose time has come. This is where the journey of the planet's birth ends. Oh god, this feels like this still feels like a bad place to stop, but I literally can't go anymore. Oh. Okay, well we're gonna maybe finish tomorrow. Because there's what? It was 9 fragments, 2 interludes, so there should be 29 sections total, right? Or no, 30 because the epilogue usually doesn't give a Saint Court. So there should be only 3 sections left, right? The moment a planet is born. We might be able to finish tomorrow. Maybe. Oh god, I really don't. Oh, that's so good. Hang on, let me do the hula hoops I have to do to scroll out. And it's scrolling in for some reason. Hang on. There we go. Didn't want to work with me. I didn't think we'd get an actual, like, map for Avalon. I thought it would just be a couple... nodes that just pop up, like, over the Lake District area. Like, you know, on that section. Like, that area. I thought it would just keep popping up there. But they actually... they actually gave us a look at it. It isn't just LB Clear Award, a specific costume dress unlock quest. Oh, like with Ibuki, okay. That makes sense. But yeah, I hate leaving it off here, but I've gone over 4 hours already, and I have a feeling these last couple sections are gonna be really long. So... I assume there's no farming nodes or accessibility after you beat the Lost Belt for this map. Yeah, probably not. But... you know, take what you can get. I think this was supposed to be an event theme, but Gnosis said hell no and used it here. It does give kind of like... I mean, obviously this place is literally called Paradise, but, you know, paradisey vibes I get from the the theme. It's Historia's NP theme. I'll be honest, I never paid too much attention to the music in her theme, or in her Noble Phantasm, but that sounds right.
Damn it.
Ah, Mandricardo, why? Okay, well... I guess that'll do it. But yeah, that took a turn. I thought Murian was gonna end up like convincing Naria to get in our way, and then while dealing with them, Keranos would rise, and we'd have to like team up with them to deal with Keranos, and but no, things went to shit a lot quicker than I thought it would. But you know, I'm glad it didn't go the way I was thinking it would, because Nocnaria and Artoria were still, even if Nocnaria was like forgetting her, they were still friendly rivals to the end, rather than just straight up enemies. Yeah, the year 12,000 note changed now that we know what really happened there. Yeah. That, pretty fucked up. Crazy how that happens though, right? Because like, in proper human history, those fairies directly save the world by creating Excalibur and the other sacred swords. But here they They slacked off and then got all uppity when they were getting scolded for their mistake. Like, the duality of fairies, I guess? But... I mean, hey. The Lost Spell's pretty wild, right? Lots of things I didn't expect. Yeah, I'm still mad that... Again, I don't know if who killed Murian was Morgan. Don't say anything about it if it wasn't, just let me find out for myself, but... Let's say it wasn't, I still can't believe they killed Morgan that easily. That's why I refuse to I refuse to believe it. There ain't no way they killed Morgan like that and she's just completely gone for good. I don't believe it. For a second. Like, she was hyped up as like a big bad. And then just went out in like a dialogue node where we weren't even in the room where she was killed. It's like, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, Koyansuya showing off her true form was not on the bingo card. I thought she would do something since she was still here, but her showing off her true form to save us kinda came out of nowhere. It was a welcome out of nowhere, but it was still kind of out of nowhere. Like, oh, I'm surprised Murian was actually able to like touch whatever passes for a heart in Koyansuya's spirit origin and actually make her that emotional, I guess. Do you remember Summer Nox? And I don't think I ever used Summer Nox Noble Phantasm. Or no, did I? No, I think I did like once. Isn't it a
いや、いらっしゃいだね、マスター君。
giant
地
chocolate
道に
woman?
コツコツやる？それとも盛大にリソースを使うのかな？
No, I don't think I did, because I was thinking that she had a support Noble Phantasm. But if that's not the case, then yeah, no, I don't. I really don't think I ever used her. Queen's Melty Heart. Yeah, I don't think I ever used it. Like, legitimately. I don't think I did. Actually, speaking of, hang on, I want to check something. I want to double check and... I don't know why I backed out like that. My room, hang on. Change favorite. I want to... Actually, I don't even need to do this, do I? I just gotta go to Material Servant. Servant's Records. Agnoria. Summon. Maybe it was her temporary one.
意識しちゃってる私って改めて契約するんだったわね私はノクナレア
Uh-huh. Oh no, she says she is the same one. How did I have that so backwards? No, she clarifies she is the same one.
ノクナレアです
Okay.
とはいえこっちには私の国はないんだし自由にやりたいことをやらせてもらうわ
For some reason I thought she said that she wasn't.
よろしくね
Again, it's been a year since I got her, so I can't blame me for not remembering. Okay, so it is okay. I still wish we could get Nox LB outfit as a costume. Yeah, like they have. There's really no reason for them to not do that. I feel like it wouldn't. Like they don't even need to make a whole new servant. Just give her outfits. Like give her like 2 outfits: her coronation like white outfit and her normal like black like sheer outfit. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, it's weird they wouldn't do that. I don't hate her swimsuit, but like I want just a non-swimsuit variant to be able to use. The pants are dumb. Yeah. Do any welfares get costumes? Kagetora has a costume, but it's only from like putting her hood on. So I don't know if that really counts. No, I think Patty was just saying that they gave someone from Summer of Elks are technically costumes. Technically, yeah. The Valks, Kagetora. That might be it. Hang on.
カタログはこっちだよいらっしゃいませ
Yeah, Kagetora has her traveler's hood. I don't think there were any other welfares in here. Although I guess you could argue 3 stars are kind of welfare because they're easy to get for free, but oh, I mean, do you count Nobukatsu? Well, I mean, he's not really a welfare. He was a friend point summon. So yeah, not. I guess if you're only counting the 4-star, the give them to you characters. Yeah, I think it's just Kagetora and technically the Valks. I'm not seeing anyone. who is this? I was just looking at this guy. Who is this? Oh, it's Izo. I was like, who the hell are you? Yeah, sorry. He doesn't, that doesn't look like Izo to me. Now that you say his name, I know, yeah, I knew who you were talking about. I could not tell who he was. Yeah, I think Kage and the Valks are the only... welfares, yeah. With costumes. And again, they're all... or Kagetora's at least is relatively simplistic. I feel like you could argue that the Valks aren't simplistic, but they kind of are. Because you just change their hair pretty much, right? Their hair and their eyes. Boom. Yeah, Valk's just a head swap. So, nothing crazy. Oh yeah, Samba Quetzalcoatl. I forgot she was a welfare. Yeah, she has like 2 masks that you can get. But again, that's also just changing one part of what's on their face. Bunyan's not really a welfare though. I mean, actually, I guess Bunyan kind of is a welfare. Because it's one that's given to you for playing through. Yeah, no, I guess Bunyan is, yeah. It's weird to think of a... because welfares are usually 4 stars, but yeah, technically speaking, I wasn't really counting Bunyan because she wasn't 4-star, but yeah. In terms of how you get her, but Bunyan also had 3 essentials to start with. That is true. Which makes her unique in a weird way. Honestly, kind of a shame that she's just not that good being a 1-star. Yeah, I hadn't even considered that, because yeah, you know, she is given to you for free, and because the learning with manga America thing, I don't remember exactly what it's called, what her story thing was, but that was originally an event, right? So, all the statesmen, there we go. So yeah, she does technically qualify as welfare. It just, you wouldn't think about it because she's the only welfare with a actual, like, actual ascensions. Like, obviously they all ascend, but she's the only one who like changes look and is a 1-star. Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, I'm gonna quit yapping. Oh, I finished clearing out the event shop, so I've got nothing to do now. I still need to do the challenge quest in the event to get the crystallized lore, but I've been kind of putting that off. But I don't want to talk too much about like what we heard from Merlin, because we kind of talked about it as we went. Plus, I want to wait and see for myself what the hurt, because he said the Fairy of Paradise would turn into the Sacred Sword after ringing the bells and coming back to paradise, right? Something like that. So I don't know. I'm both intrigued and terrified for Castoria. Because doesn't that mean she'd essentially die? I feel like that would imply she would be dead. But maybe it's more of a living weapon kind of deal? Which seems like it'd be the case. Because she has a whole... Well, I'll just say it. I assume her third ascension probably has something to do with this. I've only ever seen her first two ascensions. I know I heard a little bit of dialogue from her summer version's third ascension, but I always tried to avoid paying attention to what she was saying because I was like, this might be spoilery, because she would be in the event shop sometimes. So I was like, yeah, last year, that is, that last year, during last year's summer event. The summer event's really weird if you don't start OC3 right after. It literally ends on a cliffhanger. Yeah. Like I said, I went through the event for all the Saint Courts and all the sections, but I skipped all the story. So I'm gonna wait until when it's the main interlude next February, maybe January, if they release it a month early, to play it. And that should be when OC3 gets its actual full launch too, right? They should both launch at the same time, I think. And by then, I'll hopefully be cleared through all the Lost Belts and OC 1 and 2, hopefully. I should. Got like over 4 months. I should be. I can't imagine I won't be caught up. Like, I should be finishing LB6 tomorrow, probably. Then Tunguska, then 6.5. Yeah, it should be fine. This one's almost twice the size of any other chapter and only took 40 days. Has it been 40 days? Since the first LB6 stream? I guess it has. 'Cause yeah, I started it before the anniversary started. Damn. I didn't even realize. That feels kind of crazy. This one's almost twice the size of any other chapter. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, we should be fine. Plus, It's supposed to start cooling off at like the latter half of this month, so I'll be able to start doing more consistent like 4 hours like this. Which, speaking of, I should probably stop the stream, huh? But yeah, I don't know, really, I honestly didn't feel like it took I mean, not quite 40 days, but close enough. I mean, where does the time go, man? Why must time go faster as we get older? Who decided on this bullshit? I know it has to do with like perception and like time, because as we get older, we have more frame of reference for how time feels, and so it doesn't feel as long as when we were a kid, and yada yada yada. All that brain chemistry, scientific mumbo jumbo. But I just wish days were as long as they were when I was like 10. Maybe that's just me being old man shakes fist at things that cannot be changed, I guess. Why? Anyway, I'm getting off. I'm getting off track. But yeah, I guess we'll call it there. And yeah, tomorrow we'll see. We'll see what the hell happens to Artoria. Although I feel like I have a pretty good idea, given... Again, I tried to avoid listening much to Third Ascension Summer Artoria last year in the shop and whatnot, but I have a feeling she's not gonna be the same girl we've been dealing with here soon. Which is kind of sad. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. And yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow for what should be the finale. Peace.